Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Takahiro Tsuge from Sophia University. I will serve as the MC today. Thank you very much for participating in this symposium. We are very happy to see so many of you participating in this symposium. A variety of cultural forest ecosystem services related to human health, education, recreation, and tourism are increasingly required in countries around the world. During the lockdown period of the corona crisis, we saw that some peri-urban forests provided important health supporting function for humans, and we again recognized the importance of cultural forest ecosystem services. Today, 16 experts and practitioners from Europe and Japan will share their research findings and insights on cultural forest ecosystem services and its importance in forest policy and management. We hope that this symposium will provide an opportunity to exchange knowledge and experiences on the sustainable provision of cultural forest ecosystem services in Europe and Japan, and to explore new business opportunities related to forest. To begin the symposium, Professor Yoshiaki Terumichi, President of Sophia University, will deliver the welcome address. Professor Terumichi, please.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Yoshiaki Terumichi, President of Sophia University. Welcome to the online symposium exploring the importance of cultural forest ecosystem services in an international perspective, and thank you for your joining. On behalf of Sophia University, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the European Forest Institute and Exploring Innovation for Forest Ecosystem Services in Europe for giving us the opportunity to co-host this symposium. We have been quite successful in inviting leaders of this field from around the world, and thus in constructing a program that is very much in line with one of the keywords in the title, an international perspective. I would also like to thank our speakers for being a part of today's program. The title of the symposium also contains two other key concepts. The first is cultural forest ecosystem services, and the second is business opportunities, which is included in the subtitle. We cannot overlook the fact that our long-standing failure to acknowledge the role that business has played in fostering culture in human society. I believe that the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which the world has been engaged in with a new perspective, is significant in the sense that emphasis is laid upon how we can develop our society, both as a cultural society and as an economy. As our forests continue to be degraded, human society has developed a sense of crisis and an awareness that it is in urgent need for solutions to address this issue. The timing is perfect for the message that we will hear in today's symposium. In session 1, cultural forest ecosystem services will be addressed from both supply side and demand side standpoints, ranging from their spiritual value to ownership. Then in session 2, case studies will be introduced with a business opportunity perspective. When these two things connect and create new ideas and visions among you, the significance of this symposium will be heightened. I hope that the discussions today will ignite your curiosity and create innovative engagements and opportunities for awareness raising. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Terumichi. Next, Professor Shingo Shibata of Sophia University and Professor Georg Winkel, Head of Bonn Office and Governance Program of European Forest Institute, will give the opening address as the organizers of this symposium, and then introduce speakers of this symposium. Professor Shibata, Professor Winkel, please.
Thank you, Professor Tsuge. Good afternoon. 皆様、こんにちは. And good morning to the invited speakers, distinguished researchers, students, and all the attendees. Thank you very much for your participation today. My name is Shingo Shibata with Sophia University. Representing Sophia University InnoFest project and other hosting institutions in Japan, I would like to express my warm welcome to everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to our President Terumichi to enable this project. I hope this event will provide a good opportunity for exchanging new thoughts and building awareness, as mentioned by him. Also, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Georg Winkel, Head of the Governance Research Program at the European Forest Institute, to enable today's event linking European and Japanese experts. Before explaining today's agenda and speakers, may I invite Professor Georg Winkel, our co-host in Europe, for the opening address. Georg, please.
Yeah, good afternoon and good morning, dear President Terumichi, dear Shingo, dear Takahiro, distinguished professors, researchers, and colleagues from Japanese and European universities, and dear forest lovers and experts. It's a great pleasure to be here this early morning in Europe for this symposium and to welcome all of you on behalf of the European Forest Institute, its associated members and university and research institute partners, and the European Project Sincere as a co-organizer of this event. From a European perspective, Japan is one of the hotspots of cultural forest ecosystem services and well known globally for innovative ways of how to use them. And concepts such as Shinrin Yoku, which you probably pronounce very different, forest bathing, are exemplary for that. The symposium is a great opportunity to engage in a dialogue on cultural forest ecosystem services in a broader perspectives with many, many interesting contributions. And in that sense, we look really very much forward to learning a lot today. And I wish us a really inspiring morning and evening, depending on where you are on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to briefly explain today's agenda and participants. We have two sessions. First session is supply, demand, and politics of cultural affairs. We have 7 speakers in the first session. Keynote speaker is Professor Tobias Plienger, University of Kassel and University of Göttingen. Other speakers are Ms. Jean Lazarou, Dr. Yuichiro Hirano, myself, Professor Takuya Takahashi, and Professor Takahiro Tsuge. And the second session is new business opportunities and case studies. We have 9 speakers in the second session. Keynote speaker is Professor Davide Pettinella, University of Padua. Other speakers are Dr. Gregory Valatin, Professor Lisa Tilvenen, Dr. Andreas Bernasconi, Mr. Enrico Vitale, Mr. Yoshio Fujioka, Ms. Mihoko Kasuga, Mr. Kosuke Ono, and Mr. Kan Hashimoto. Particularly, I'm very pleased to see familiar faces of European collaborators and very much looking forward to many interesting lectures today. Thank you very much for your kind attention and see you later.
Professor Shibata, Professor Winkel, thank you very much. Now, let's begin session 1, Supply, Demand, and Politics of Cultural Faith. First, Professor Tobias Prienger of the University of Kassel and University of Göttingen will give a keynote speech. I'd like to briefly introduce Professor Prienger. Professor Prienger's research is focused on the complex linkage between agriculture and other sectors, such as forestry, nature conservation, or urban planning. His research builds on systems approaches such as social ecological systems, ecosystem services, and biocultural diversity. He has published widely on land use conflict, landscape multifunctionality, and operationalization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Professor Prienger has successfully introduced and consolidated new concepts in social ecological research, such as cultural ecosystem services, landscape resilience, and landscape stewardship. Professor Prienger has been an editorial board member of various academic journals, a member of scientific boards, and a coordinator and leader of several internationally renowned projects. Professor Prienger, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for the kind introduction, Professor Takahiro. I'm very honored that I can introduce us into this important concept of cultural ecosystem services, into which I stumbled somehow, I think, around the year 2006. In Germany, the word Kulturlandschaft, cultural landscape, has always been quite prominent, and my research interest at that time was to assess changes and values of cultural landscapes. 2006 was the time when the term ecosystem services became famous, and I was looking for new research fields and somehow discovered the cultural ecosystem services and thought this may be a promising avenue for combining my landscape interests with this new field of ecosystem services. And by that, I'm now looking back to something like 15 years, over which I followed a little bit the development of cultural ecosystem services research. So in the following 30 minutes, I want to go to explore some reasons why cultural ecosystem services actually do matter, then also go a little bit into the challenges of assessing cultural ecosystem services. I want to show you 2 empirical case studies of how I, together with other researchers, tried to assess cultural ecosystem services, and will end, of course, with a few conclusions. So I mentioned it already, 2005, 2006 was the time when the concept of ecosystem services and of cultural services became famous through the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. You see here the relatively generic definition from the Millennium Assessment about what cultural ecosystem services are. There has always been a little bit unprecision about the different types of the cultural ecosystem services class. Here are just a few of those types of cultural services from the initial Millennium Ecosystem Services report. You see that cultural ecosystem services actually covers a very wide field of the human-nature relationship. Cultural diversity as it has developed as an adaptation to the natural environment is something that has been highlighted by the Millennium Assessment. Cultural heritage, values, the memories in the landscape from past cultural ties are also important. The spiritual services, we will hear another presentation later, specifically about religious and spiritual services of ecosystems. The inspiration that humans derive from nature and from ecosystems, for example, in arts and in folklore. Another category, the aesthetic value of ecosystems has been something that also forestry has dedicated to, at least in Germany for quite a while already. And finally, maybe the most understandable and most intuitive of the cultural services is this large field of outdoor recreation and tourism. The basic assumption or the basic point that has been made in the Millennium Assessment was that human well-being is critically dependent on cultural ecosystem services, and that in turn an assessment and a better acknowledgement of cultural services would also lead to a more sustainable management of ecosystems. Ecosystem services, I assume you are all more or less familiar with this concept, is actually a relatively simple concept. You see on the left side a super simple systems graph that explains what ecosystems are. You have ecosystems on the one side, you have human systems or society on the other side, and these ecosystems, there are some arrows, they provide services to people, and in turn we humans are influencing, managing ecosystems through certain interventions such as forestry, for example. Pretty simple, perhaps too simplistic in some regards. I won't go into the graph from Fish et al. On cultural ecosystem services on the right side. I just want to emphasize that cultural ecosystem services is one of the more complex types of ecosystem services. And one reason is that the simple supply-demand function does not work for cultural ecosystem services, as virtually all cultural services are co-created by nature, but also by people. Nature cannot deliver religious values, religious services by itself. It always needs people also. And that creates complexities into which I will go in the course of this presentation. So I mentioned already the Millennium Assessment emphasized the link between cultural ecosystem services and human well-being, but how does this link actually look like in detail? The Millennium Assessment went a lot into detail, and here are just a few of the Millennium Assessment points. The strength of the contribution of different ecosystem services to human well-being is indicated by the volume of the arrows. And what you see here is that from the provisioning ecosystem services, you see many large or thick arrows going to human well-being. Also from the regulating ecosystem services, you see many thick arrows going to security, good life, health, and so on. Whereas for the cultural ecosystem services, the arrows are relatively thin. And everybody who knows, for example, the Maslow pyramid of human needs, will think this is quite self-evident, because getting something to eat, finding shelter, protection from landslides, from diseases, and so on, obviously may be a little bit more priority for human well-being than the cultural contributions that come to that. But, and here's the next graph from the Millennium Assessment, the picture changes a little bit if you look at what the Millennium Assessment called the potential for mediation by socioeconomic factors. A bit a complicated technical expression. What they meant is the replaceability or substitutability of ecosystem services. And here the picture changes. You see that for the provisioning services, you see green and yellow arrows. That means if a provisioning service, for example, supply of drinking water is degraded in one area, well, you can replace it. You can buy, if you have the financial resources, bottled water and replace your need by that. To some degree already weaker, but still in yellow largely is the substitutability of regulating ecosystem services. And then with the cultural ecosystem services, you see many red arrows, which means perhaps cultural services are not at the top as the fundament of human well-being, but they are critical as they cannot be substituted. And that is also pretty self-evident, I think, as you cannot replace the spiritual value of a forest, for example, by any other technical or financial substitute. Also some empirical evidence that we did with a research group from Vienna a few years ago, where we asked people with open questions in different study areas of Central Western Europe about how they relate their subjective well-being to ecosystems and landscapes. And our finding, I will not go into many details here, but a central finding was that if you ask people openly, cultural ecosystem services are of utmost importance, especially when compared to the other ecosystem services categories. More than 80% of what people responded as being important in terms of ecosystem services referred to cultural ecosystem services, whereas very little people would give some answers in terms that would be interpreted as a regulating ecosystem service, for example. And that relates both to certain practices, like what you see on this image on the left side, especially recreational or sports practices, but also to other experiences of nature. So our point from that study was also, yeah, that fostering cultural ecosystem services in landscapes needs consideration of the material qualities of ecosystems, but also supporting more active engagement of people, the people side, with these ecosystems. Coming a bit more closely perhaps to the field of forestry or natural resource management, that is from a study that we published a few years ago, where we synthesized the literature on cultural ecosystem services in relation to land management. We concluded that there are basically three avenues of how cultural ecosystem services shape the management, conservation, and planning of land and landscapes. At the level of the individual landowners or land managers, we found a lot of empirical evidence from Europe, from North America, also from other parts of the world, that cultural ecosystem services are motivators of owning land, of managing land, that owners who are motivated by cultural ecosystem services are typically interested in a more multifunctional land management, which on the other side means often also that they are more passive in their land management. If they are interested, people who are interested in the aesthetic values or the biodiversity values of forests often manage these forests more passively than the classical forest owners. We also found that these new motivations, these cultural motivations, come with new challenges for our forestry or agricultural extension services that are often not prepared for these kind of people and their motivations. At the level of communities, we also found a lot of studies who gave evidence how cultural services motivate engagement, collective engagement for ecosystems and landscapes, which finds expression, for example, in certain forms of outdoor recreation and tourism, but also in self-organized cultural practices, harvesting of mushrooms, berries, of urban gathering in city parks, new forms of stewardship of the landscape, and so on. And finally, cultural services are, of course, also an important informant for landscape planning, which may help to better elicit the societal values of landscapes and also to determine the synergies and the trade-offs of cultural services with other ecosystem services categories. Now I mention all the time the outstanding importance of cultural ecosystem services, but actually at the beginning of ecosystem services research, this importance was quite in contrast to the situation of the field, of the research field. This is again a table from the initial Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, What you found in this thick assessment, where they in detail really over years had explored all the literature on ecosystem services, was that, and they quantified and had a lot of impressive numbers on the state and the development trends of provisioning services, of regulating ecosystem services, of supporting services. Whereas here in this table on cultural services, you see it's dominated by NA, not available or not applicable, that for 75% of the cultural services, the Millennium Assessment just didn't have any information. And for these three categories, the spiritual values, the aesthetic values, and recreation and ecotourism, the assessment actually was also very shallow, based on very specific expressions of these values and very little empirical studies and data. That was also contrasted by that time in many other studies, also in review papers, that compared to provisioning and regulating services, cultural services were always kind of the Cinderella service that had been very much neglected by research. That has fortunately changed quite a little bit, as I want to indicate just quickly with this graph. You see that especially since around 2010, research on cultural services has really taken off, so that I don't have comparative numbers available, but would argue that this original argument that cultural services are the neglected services do not hold true anymore. And there is nowadays a very lively research community dedicated to cultural ecosystem services that uses and has developed, that's what I want to indicate with this graph, a broad range of methods, typically valuation methods from the socio-cultural side. So this whole community has developed a little bit in parallel to the community, focusing on economic assessments of ecosystem services. These socio-cultural valuation assessments partly refer or act at the individual level, partly more at the social level. For both, you find different methods, more individual, more group-based deliberative assessments. Some are more quantitative in nature, others more qualitative in nature, some more oriented to people itself, some more oriented to values that people assign to other people or society at large. And I want now to fill that a little bit with life, give you a few own examples or two examples how in past European projects we tried to assess the cultural ecosystem services of European landscapes. The first that comes out of the European Ag Forward project, a project mainly dedicated to the societal values of agroforestry in Europe. That was a spatially explicit valuation of cultural services in European rural landscapes. A valuation exercise that was carried out in 13 different rural landscapes, as you see on this map, in all the biogeographic zones of Europe. Our interest was to find out how people perceive multiple ecosystem services, not only cultural services, also a few other ecosystem services in rural landscapes, what differences we would find between different respondents, but also how the perception of these ecosystem services would be related to certain characteristics of the landscape. We used a method that has actually become over the years almost the standard method of assessing cultural ecosystem services. The method is called PPGIS, Public Participation Geographic Information Systems Approaches, which, to put it simple, can be understood as a combination of a classical quantitative social survey with a spatially explicit component. There are some handy online tools that you can use. And you see here the example from one of our survey campaigns in Spain, where we went out into public sites and asked people about their perceptions of different ecosystem services, and they would give their responses in the form of mapping certain points in the landscape. That looks on the right side, you see some example that gives a very fancy and intensive maps. we also asked people typically for some explanations. So you see on the figure on the lower right indicated a few examples. For example, which type of cultural services people would mention and map in the landscapes, places that people appreciate for relaxation, for the cultural heritage, archaeological remains, for example, for the beauty of the landscape, for memories from childhood, and so on. So that was a large exercise carried out by many different teams, as it is usually done in European projects. Just a few key insights from the European level, and I have to say that ecosystem services and especially cultural services are really place-based, and quite often the local analysis of the ecosystem services is a little bit more instructive maybe than this kind of meta perspective from the European level, but still I will focus on the European level insights here right now. What came out of this exercise in this interview campaign with more than 2,000 rural people in Europe was that outdoor recreation, aesthetic values, and social interactions are the key ecosystem services that people perceive and appreciate in rural landscapes. An interesting finding, perhaps, or pattern across Europe was that while people in the countries that have a relatively low gross domestic product and a relatively low population density stronger appreciated the provisioning services using land and landscapes for agricultural production, for example. That was the case in our study areas in the Mediterranean and Eastern European areas, whereas cultural ecosystem services were most highly appreciated in the high GDP and high population density parts of Europe, which means the central and northern parts. That is actually very close to the global picture, where there are also studies published that find actually the same, that cultural ecosystem services are increasing in importance with the economic development of a country. We also scrutinized the spatial patterns, the hotspots of ecosystem services in these rural landscapes of Europe. We found, for example, some distinct differences in the distance of where ecosystem services were mapped from home. There are some ecosystem services that are appreciated very close to where people live, for example, appreciation for farm products, for harvested wild resources, also for outdoor activities. Then there were other ecosystem services, for example, the habitat and biodiversity values and the aesthetic values that are appreciated relatively far away from settlements, from villages and towns. So we concluded that maybe these more unusual landscapes with less built structures may be more attractive for these kinds of ecosystem services. We also assessed the kind of spatial pattern of services, and we found some services that were highly clustered, that occurred in concentration in very specific sites. That is the case, for example, for cultural heritage values, whereas there are other ecosystem services like outdoor recreation that are dispersed quite widely in the landscape. These clustered ecosystem services have, from a landscape planning perspective, the advantage that they can be targeted relatively easily with protection measures, for example, whereas this may be more challenging for those services that are really dispersed in the landscape. We also worked hard to find some, or to relate ecosystem services perceptions to respondents' socio-economic and socio-cultural characteristics. However, we found very little hard differences between factors like gender, age, educational level, household income, and so on. So you could say that ecosystem services are perceived actually quite similarly across these social groups. However, what we found was a relationship around to a number of parameters that are all relatively similar there were generally ecosystem services, all ecosystem services were appreciated much more highly by people who had a certain relationship to the study area, either by being a landowner or a land user, or by self-assessing to know the local landscape relatively well, or by having lived for a relatively long time in the area. So that seems to be much more important for perceiving and developing an awareness for ecosystem services compared to the classical social or socio-economic parameters. It was similarly hard to relate our findings of ecosystem services to certain characteristics of the landscape. And that may be interesting also for the foresters among us. We also try to see if people appreciate ecosystem services more highly in forests compared to open landscapes, for example, and so on. But although we had this really large data set, that was very challenging. We also did not really find a clear relationship to protected areas, and for example. But what we found were basically two relationships. One was accessibility as expressed through a range of indicators like distance to home, or the length of the road and paths network in the study area, and other factors. We found that access to the landscape is a really strong predictor to the perception of ecosystem services. The second insight, a bit less strong, was that mosaic landscapes, a diversity of land cover, generally seems to lead to higher perceptions of ecosystem services in the landscapes, which means I had with Shingo in the preparation of this conference a discussion, and had asked to take the word forest out of the title of my presentation. So now it's on cultural ecosystem services in a larger sense, as I would argue that people typically perceive ecosystem services, cultural services, at the level of a landscape and not necessarily at the level of a forest plot, which means that requires awareness for how the landscape as a whole develops also outside the boundaries of the closed forest. Now let me see how I'm doing in time. Okay, coming to a second, a more recent empirical study that we carried out with some who are also in the audience, like Georg Winkel, Jeanne, and others. That was a social survey on the current and potential use of cultural ecosystem services by forest owners and forest managers. Here in this social services, we were interested in how this group of owners and managers would use cultural ecosystem services currently in their forests, and how willing they are to develop these uses of cultural services further in future. We were also interested in assessing potential synergies and trade-offs between different uses of cultural ecosystem services, and then wanted to identify and cluster different groups of owners and managers, and also uncover barriers and limitations to the use of cultural services. The basis of this study was a survey that had been carried out by our project partner, European Landowners Organization, ELO, who obviously has a very direct contact to forest owners and managers in Europe. It was a quantitative survey that was carried out in 20 different languages, partly by mail, partly responding, partly invited also through social media. The survey included or had a total of 16 questions about how forest owners and managers manage their land in relation to forest ecosystem services at large, but with a specific focus on cultural ecosystem services. And then we used a range of statistical methods to analyze the data. So which cultural services do forest owners and managers use in Europe? You see here, the picture is a little bit different from the other study that I presented you. That is partly due to the more specific respondent group. It's only forest owners and forest users, and also a different type of question we asked. We did not ask about what cultural services people would appreciate, but we asked what forest managers use, which services they use. So those services that have a stronger use value obviously are more in the foreground, like using forests for hunting, for harvesting of wild products, or for farming. Actually, maybe more important than the ranking is that there was a large variety of cultural services that people actually had mentioned in this survey. As for the trade-offs and synergies are a big field of research in ecosystem services, and often the trade-offs are at the foreground, especially in the field of agriculture, where intensive forms of farming quite often produce hard trade-offs with other ecosystem services. What we found in our survey, according to the responses of the owners and managers, is that most of the cultural ecosystem services included were synergistic, so there was a relatively high complementarity perceived between the different cultural services. There were, however, also trade-offs typically related to those ecosystem services that also have an extractive nature, like hunting uses, farming uses, tourism that is related with provision of accommodation, with tourist facilities, and so on. This is supported by a few quotes that you can see here, that hunting obviously is creating trade-offs with free access to land that is needed for other activities in the landscape, mushroom picking, jogging, orienteering, biking, and so on. That is in conflict with, frequently in conflict with hunting activities. With a third quote, I just want to highlight that cultural ecosystem services can also be in conflict with more traditional forestry activities, right? And especially touristic activities obviously lead to disturbances through high visitor numbers, illegal parking, pollution, littering, and so on and so forth. So it's not that cultural ecosystem services would always be beneficial for forest ecosystems or for forest owners and managers. We then clustered our respondents into 3 groups. I will not go into the detail of the statistic here. That was basically gradients in the amount that people think their forests currently supply cultural services, and in the future, in the openness to further support cultural services supply in the future. There was a group that has forests that currently supply very few cultural services. There was another group that supplies a very high number of cultural ecosystem services, and 2 groups in between. In our study, based on the responses, we also then try to develop specific ideas for how each of these different owner and manager groups could be approached by public policies, how a major strategy to foster cultural services could look like, from trying more or less to maintain the high level of cultural service supply in the red group, to trying just to stimulate a basic understanding, developing basic incentives for fostering cultural services in the red group. That was the group with the lowest current cultural services supply. On the right side, you see a few examples for how public policy measures could look like, dedicated to different groups. From, again, the strongest group that supports cultural services already, that may not need too many financial incentives, but more kind of public political support and societal recognition of what they are doing already more. Whereas for this green group, result-based economic incentives, we concluded may be a good idea to develop. I'm now coming to the final part of my presentation, and my time is almost up anyway. So just to conclude perhaps, and give you a few answers from my experiences in this field, why we actually would want to integrate cultural services in ecosystem services assessments. First, not new, but still valid argument is that we need to include cultural services to avoid biases with other ecosystem services, and thus to avoid unwanted trade-offs in land management. If you do not assess or measure certain ecosystem services, you necessarily will probably neglect them in assessments. Cultural services can also contribute to a more precise understanding of how ecosystem services differ in relevance for multiple groups of users. Cultural services, as I made the point, may improve our understanding of the links between ecosystem services and human well-being. They have also added a perception-based perspective into the discussion of multifunctionality in agriculture and forestry, as well, the supply of certain products and services is one thing, but how people perceive the different functions of forestry, for example, may matter just as well. Finally, cultural services may promote contextualized, socially acceptable public policies, and thus could help reinforce the link from ecosystem services assessment to political decision-making that even 15, 16 years after the release of the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment is still a little bit weak. But on the other side, and I will not go deeply into that, I just want to emphasize that cultural ecosystem services is also a contested concept, and indeed, I also do not embrace it fully. You can question many things, just starting from the words, if services, ecosystem services, cultural ecosystem services is the right term. There was one paper that got relatively prominent, also in the meantime, a book that further deepens the arguments against cultural ecosystem services around. And some of the challenges from my side are assembled here. There are the challenges that the definitions of cultural services are probably more vague than those of other ecosystem services categories. It is, as I highlighted, difficult to establish clear relationships between cultural services and specific structures of an ecosystem like a forest or different functions of these ecosystems. Cultural ecosystem services are co-produced by nature and people. They are not purely ecological phenomena, and this relationship is very complex. They are difficult to quantify. They do not lend themselves to economic valuation. They are normative in nature. If you ask this different people, they perceive cultural ecosystem services differently, and by that you have a great heterogeneity in the valuation. So many challenges, but I would argue that many, if not most of these challenges are actually inherent to assessing ecosystem services at large, not only to cultural values or cultural services. The difference may be just that in cultural ecosystem services, people are a bit more self-critical and highlighting these challenges more than those people who assess, carbon sequestration or the harder regulating ecosystem services, for example. So that is my last slide. My take-home message would be that cultural ecosystem services is not a jack of all trades. It should not be embraced without being critical. But the past 15 years, in my view, have shown that cultural ecosystem services are a vibrant field of research and high policy interest that offer a range of opportunities in many different regards as a new framing for developing theories and methods, or in a more practical sense for planning and management strategies, for communication as boundary object concepts, for scaling up conservation management, and so on and so forth. So an exciting concept in my view, and I guess we will hear many applications of this concept in the rest of this symposium. Thank you so much for your attention. That was my talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Prienger. We learned a lot about cultural ecosystem services. Thank you very much. From now, each speaker will give a report. In session 1, 6 speakers will give their reports. After that, we will have a question and answer session. The first speaker is Professor Georg Winkel. Professor Winkel, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, good morning once again. I hope you can see my presentation. I'm just trying to put this in presentation mode and then I will start. So, okay, can you see my presentation and hear me also? Perfect, then let's start. These are the two most important conditions for giving this speech. Forest ecosystem services in Europe, supply, demand, and politics. This is a joint presentation I did together with Marco Lovric and Dennis Reich, two colleagues of mine at the European Institute. But also there have been many contributors in some of the things I'm presenting that are in the symposium today. So it's great to be with all of you today. To begin, a short overview on forest and the ecosystem services in Europe. Just for those that are not so familiar with the European context, forests cover about 43% of the territory of the EU, and many of them are privately owned, so the majority, which has some implications for forest governance. They are highly important in terms of the ecological dimension. For climate change mitigation, there are estimations that they contribute or that they absorb about 10% of the overall greenhouse gas emissions in the EU, but also for biodiversity, about 23% of them are Natura 2000 protected areas. They have also an important economic dimension. They provide about 4 million jobs. It's always an interesting question how to assess that. And the gross added value of the forest sector, depending on how you define it, is about 140 billion euros. And finally, there are huge regional differences across Europe. I did not mention here the cultural ecosystem services because we will hear so much about this in this presentation and also in the following presentations. One challenge with ecosystem services supply and demand, and I think this has already been mentioned by the previous speaker, is how to measure it. In this presentation, I would like to present key findings of two large-scale surveys with different groups. So basically measuring perceptions of ecosystem services supply and demand. The first survey was a survey we have done in the Sincere project with several of the partners of this consortium, but also together with another EU project called InnoForest. We surveyed forest owners and managers across Europe. It was distributed through forest owner organizations. About 1,700 responses were finally considered, and we had questions about quite many issues, but at the core were questions about the perceived demand and supply of ecosystem services, but also the profitability of related business innovations and the innovations these forest enterprises have been done in the field. And we asked the respondents to make give spatially explicit information. So to define a forest on a map and then to respond for that forest, usually the forest they're managing or owning. And the second database is a European Chinese household survey we did within the EU-China project Clearinghouse. There were about 7,379 responses in China. In Europe, we had about 13,000 household responses. We used a network of polling agencies for that in 33 countries. The main questions were again, perception and appreciation of different forest ecosystem services. But also we asked inter alia, because we asked quite many things in this large-scale survey, about the perception of different degrees of what you may call naturalness of forest. How do people perceive these more aesthetical aspects of forest in Europe and also China? We further processed the data, especially my colleague Marco Lovric is very intensively working with that through machine learning, try to also close with some algorithm data gaps. This refers mostly to the forest owner data. And I should also say that this is all work in progress. The previous speaker, Tobias, presented quite some interesting up-to-date papers. Here the papers are still upcoming. So hopefully in a few years or 1 year, you can read much more about this in terms of scientific publications. Let's start with the perception of the forest from the forest owners and managers survey. In this figure, we basically asked forest owners and managers in Europe how in their perception the overall demand towards provisioning, societal demand towards provisioning, regulating, and cultural ecosystem services has evolved in Europe. And what is interesting here is that most of them responded that they perceive an increasing demand towards all ecosystem services, so towards provisioning services, in many cases wood, but also non-wood forest products, towards regulating services, climate and mitigation aspects, but also towards cultural ecosystem services. If you look a bit closer at the very right part of the figure, you can see that especially the demand for regulating forest ecosystem services was perceived as rising strongly, mostly connected to biodiversity conservation and climate change mitigation aspects of forest. So keep in mind, in the perception of European forest owners and managers, there's a general perception of increasing demand for ecosystem service, especially for regulating and to some but also for cultural ones, and a bit less so for provisioning ones, mostly biomass and wood. What was then very interesting is that we asked a sample of European forest owners and forest managers also about to estimate the share of income that different forest ecosystem services have, again, the three groups, provisioning, regulating, and cultural, for their forestry enterprises in Europe. And here are the findings extrapolated through the machine learning process. What you can see here is that provisioning ecosystem services are still the most important source of income for forestry enterprises in Europe. They contribute in many regards to the entire or to a high share of the income from all ecosystem services. However, regulating and cultural ecosystem services, which you can also hear, they also contribute perhaps with a share of 20% or a bit lower, or again, here culminating at about 20% to the income of forestry companies. So to conclude on that, biomass provision in mostly wood production, of course, is the most important source of income for forest owners and managers in Europe, but other ecosystem services are also important. And also looking a bit deeper in the data, which we don't have time to do now, there is a clear diversity to be found also in this sample of enterprise, with some more looking into cultural and regulating ecosystem services for their income, while others more focusing nearly entirely on provisioning ecosystem service. I should also say that the sample may have a certain bias towards, let's say, productive and profitability oriented forest companies in Europe, because they were especially perhaps connected to the sampling strategy. However, let's continue to the other side of the spectrum. That was the perspective of European forest owners and managers, now on societal perceptions. This is the outcome of a part of the sample that was surveyed in the European part of the EU-China household survey. And for that survey, we specifically investigated the responses on rural forests. So on the classical forest outside of cities in the hinterland. And we asked the respondents here to identify which of the ecosystem services that you see in the table they evaluated as being most important. Let me highlight two main results that are also nicely, I think, corresponding to what the previous speaker has highlighted. Habitats for plant and animals, aesthetics, air quality, and human health scored very high in the survey. There was also, that you see here with the IQR, the responses were not very much distributed. So many people gave high emphasis to the importance of that group of ecosystem services, basically regulating / cultural in that large-scale survey. While on the other hand, what you may say, the classical forest related production provisioning service-oriented aspects, employment, fuel wood, wood for timber and hunting, they scored considerably lower on average. However, there's also a much bigger variation in the responses, which indicates that for some of the people, that was still a very important element of ecosystem services. Oops, now a second finding, and then we have to move on to the last part of my presentation already. We asked also the respondents to identify what for them is the most attractive landscape in their view. And this is an example from that set of the survey where you can see that, interestingly, picture number 1, which shows a bit of a more wild landscape, forest landscape with trees and a bit more natural dynamic, scored quite high. It scored the highest in that exercise, while picture 5, which is a bit the opposite, let's say a very well-regulated park-like managed landscape, scored also high. And in between these two groups, let's say picture 1, but also picture 2 and picture 5, there's quite a big difference in the aesthetic attributes of the landscape. And it is quite obvious that different societal groups, perhaps even people from different countries within Europe, had a preference for either the more ordered, regulated landscape vis-a-vis the more wild and natural landscape. This is something where we will further investigate what respondents had a preference for which landscape. Finally, a short view in European forest policy. Here we have currently a situation at the EU level that there are two quite distinct perspectives on forests that are dominating the European forest policy debate. One you can summarize as being a forestry and timber perspective, and the other one as being a nature conservation perspective. And these two perspectives, they differ greatly with regard to the view of forests, so how is a forest generally seen, with regard to the major policy paradigm. So what is seen as most important, policy goals, main policy focus. I have to remove a bit the Zoom menu, otherwise I can't read my own table, as well as the actors that support the respective perspective. First, on the forestry and timber side, the perspective is that forests are a natural resource to be used sustainably. Competitiveness of the innovative forest sector is emphasized. Sustainable forest management is the main paradigm. Support forest owners and producers are central here. Market governance, but also incentives for forest enterprises to provide ecosystem services are highlighted. This perspective in Europe is very much advocated for by the Commission part that focuses on agriculture and agricultural production in Europe, but also by forest-rich EU member states like Finland, Austria, and Sweden. On the other hand, there's a conservation perspective that is quite strong. For them, forests are ecosystems with irreplaceable biodiversity to be conserved, increasing biodiversity in naturalist, conservation and close to nature. Forestry are the resource management paradigm. Their main focus is to conserve forest, also to regulate them for biodiversity and climate purposes, but also provide incentives. This is advocated mostly by the environmental part of the European Commission and by rather forest poor or highly urbanized countries such as the Netherlands, Denmark, and Belgium, but also environmental departments in the other member states. This has some consequences for forest ecosystem services related policies. There is in the European debate a disagreement about the policy goals and the emphasis to be given, and also who has the right who has the main right to provide ecosystem services and to be funded for it between forest owners, state, and society. There's also debate on payment for environmental services, but there are mutual reservations on both sides regarding what should be the main objectives of that, and also what should be funded and what could be expected also from private forest owners to provide on their own. There's a long debate about the durability of funding and what funding for instance, cultural ecosystem services would mean in changing forest enterprises from production purposes towards cultural ecosystem services provision. And of course, there's a debate about where the resources should come from the environmental or from the agricultural budget. To conclude and summarize my talk, what I have tried to shown in 15 minutes, hopefully, is that forest owners and managers perceive an increasing demand in Europe for forest ecosystem service, especially regulating services. Sorry, it's not moving on. Provisioning ecosystem services and mostly wood production are, however, the most important source of income for forestry enterprises. So there's a certain tension between these two elements. Society scores forest and nature and beauty, so forest nature, habitat function, beauty, but also air quality and health aspect as the most important ecosystem services of forests. More provisioning services such as hunting and biomass provision are considerably less important in the eyes of society. Trade-offs between these ecosystem services, however, I should mention, have not been assessed with both surveys I presented, neither the forest owners and manager one nor the societal one. European forest policy is currently characterized by a certain ideological dichotomy between a forest use perspective and a nature conservation perspective, and governance, and also the debate about the provision of forest ecosystem service, including cultural ones, is happening and has to be considered in the context of that background. With that, I would like to thank you. I hope that this is Japanese and is saying what I was hoping it would say. Thanks for the presentation. And I hope I'm still okay with the time. I tried to stop sharing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Winkel. The next speaker is Ms. Jana Zulu, a researcher at the European Forest Institute.
Good morning. Thank you.
Ms. Zulu, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen and then also start the presentation. So you should be able to see my presentation now, I hope. So, yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to also present this work on exploring spiritual values of forests in Europe and Asia. And the work stems from a multi-author paper of which some of the authors are also presenting today and in the audience. So this is also part of the Sincere project, and I'm very happy to also announce that the paper has been submitted recently. The work started, it's an exploratory study involving 18 experts, interdisciplinary experts, and we looked at 13 countries, 3 in Asia, so Japan, India, and Iran, and then 10 countries over Europe. And the idea was to look at overarching trends in these countries related to spiritual values. It started with a workshop where we discussed the significance of the spiritual values in the different countries. And then later we followed an iterative approach where we went every time when we came up with a new idea or a hypothesis, we tested it with our co-authors again. So just to take a step back, why were we interested in these spiritual values of forests? So we in Europe, at least, we notice a certain boom in the material values, non-material values of forest ecosystem services, such as funeral forests, of which you will also hear later today, forest therapy, forest bathing, which is currently quite a big trend in Europe, of course, originating from Japan. But this interest in this spiritual values of forests is also not new. Humans have had a close relationship with forests and have been intrigued by its almost magical nature forever, actually. And societies also depend on forests also for their spiritual development. Manifestations of this include, for instance, nature worshipping, sacred groves, of which some remnants still exist today, or even intact sacred groves. But we also know that forests and trees are often central in myths and folklores and stories, even today in some movies. So you can maybe recognize this guy or the guy next to him. But despite the spiritual significance of trees and forests, there's a research gap. And even one researcher called spiritual values of forests the neglected stepchildren of forest-based ecosystem services. And so with our research, we tried to address this gap, and we wanted to explore then the spiritual connection between human and nature and what this could also then mean for forest management. So to understand what do we mean with spiritual values of forests, so we came up with this diagram where we put spiritual values into different spheres. The spheres are non-exclusive, so a single site could mean many, could simultaneously have different meanings to one person, but it can also have distinctive meanings to different people. And so in the center, we think at least that spiritual values can be described as an overlap between this religion and sacred. And this would, for instance, then be if you have a sacred tree dedicated to a god or a deity, and this tree is then worshipped. But you can also have spiritual values in a purely religious sense, which is then not necessarily sacred. And this could be if you base your forest management practices on your religious convictions. And then you can also have spiritual values purely sacred, not necessarily or not religious at all. And this could, for instance, be the case of this funeral forest where a loved one, the ashes of a loved one is deposited in the forest. And then in a broader sense, we have spiritual values, which is not religious and not sacred. And this could be if you are walking in the forest and you have this feeling of wow and spiritual enriched feeling. which is they're not connected to sacredness, they're not connected to religion. And these spiritual values, we think, is then triggered by different activities or manifested through these activities. As I said, walking in the forest could trigger this. It could also be connected to hunting. In some cultures, there's a strong connection with hunting rituals, there's a connection with also spiritual values. It could also be writing poems or stories about the forest, which then comes to this, which I refer to as myths and folklore. And now we see the movies also connected with spiritual values. Or it can be that you pray in the forest, you worship in the forest, or you pray to the forest. So this can be the different activities. And so what we can say then is that from this is that spiritual values are subjective, intangible. This makes it very difficult to measure. It's not limited to religion, although religion does play a role in certain instances. And we can also see that there's not a very clear division between spiritual values of forest and other forest ecosystem services, such as recreational activities. So for instance, this example I mentioned, to walk in the forest, which is then of course a recreational activity, but it could trigger then spiritual values. What we can also see from this is that forest spiritual values result from an exchange between the place, so nature, the forest, a human with his cultural background and perceptions, and an activity, an engagement with nature. So for instance, how you use the nature or your management practices. And so this environmental space, cultural practices, your perceptions we have of forest, this continually enable and shapes each other. To put it more simply, if you would change your perception of nature, this could then trigger a change in your actions or your management practices. This then could change the landscape, which could then change your perception again. And so this continuous changing in perception, this brings me then to our forest spirituality hypothesis, where this continuous shaping and changing of the landscape linked to perceptions, we propose to then divide it into 4 stages. We call this our forest spirituality transition hypothesis, and we think we can divide it into 4 stages, which is not done on a linear or a chronological based on time division, but rather we group common patterns in this perception of forest together. And so it's also not exclusive. So you could have that 2 stages or more than 2 stages happen at the same time in the same place. Maybe one is more prominent than the other. So just to give a quick run through the different stages. The first one we call nature is powerful. This is where forest spirituality is pretty obvious or high. And this could be then where nature worshipping is still done very prominently. So in Europe, if we think of the pagan times. But then the next stage, so we call it taming of nature. And this is where nature is being tamed by humans to serve humans and to serve God or a God or different gods. And this typically happens with the advent of major organized religions, and they then replace either nature worshipping, or they ban it, or they incorporate it into their religion. And so this also brings about a change in the landscape as societies use nature more exclusively, controlling nature more to satisfy their needs, or for timber, for fuel, for agroforestry. And often we also see that this management practices are based on religion, or actually rooted in religion. So we can take 2 examples, Christianity and Islam. Both have the idea that God put humans on earth to act as stewards and to use, and they have the right and the duty to care for nature, but also use nature. And this was often then used also as a justification then to manage land and to change the landscape. So we still see this forest spirituality, but in a bit of a different sense. And it also starts to decrease a bit. And then we get to the 3rd stage, which we call rational management of nature. And this is then where humans or society use science and technology to optimize nature's management for the benefit of society. It's often monofunctional forests, mainly for timber production. Legislation is put into place to regulate this. Forest management plans, forest schools are established to make this even more efficient. And often we also see plantation forestry in this stage to reforest the land that was depleted in the beginning of the third stage or even in the second stage. And so we can here see that forest spirituality is actually at the lowest point, and you can almost even say that you have an economic religion which is preaching the gospel of efficiency, but there's really not much forest spirituality left here. And then we get to the fourth stage, where society reunites with nature, where there's a reconnection with nature, maybe even a re-spiritualization of the forest. And this can definitely be seen in Europe at the moment, and I think also in Japan. We think this happens as a reaction or almost as a protest against the third stage. So where forests were places of production in the third, and to a certain extent also in the second stage, now in the fourth stage, forests are places of consumption, of spiritual values, aesthetic values, recreation. So we move from this monofunctional forest, stage 3, to multifunctional forest here in stage 4. This often goes hand in hand with a rise in the environmental movement. People become more aware of the risks that nature faces, even a realization maybe that nature is fragile, and that humans are, after all, not in control of nature. Maybe even nature is in control of humans. So societies also become more vocal about forest management topics, and they become quite emotional about forests. So examples of this could be, as I mentioned in the beginning, also this forest bathing trend, forest therapy, people visiting the forest more, experiencing spiritual enrichment to escape the urbanism. It can also be new sites that's being established. So for instance, in Spain, there's sacred groves that are being established where society plant trees with significant meaning. So for instance, oak trees to represent strength, or the cypress tree to represent immortality. And these groves really then serve as a grateful tribute to nature, a place of seclusion where you can calm the mind and refresh the spirit. It can also be this funeral forest, which I've mentioned, and it can also be policy mechanisms. So in the third stage, we saw that there were policy mechanisms focusing on sustainable forest management based on economics and environment and societal aspects, but never really addressing this spiritual values. And now in the fourth stage, even these principles and criteria are explicitly mentioning spiritual values as well. So then to conclude, we could think about what drives this re-spiritualization, and in our paper we also try to address this. It could be climate change risks that are more evident, that this realization that nature is fragile and that we should maybe take care of it. It could also be urbanization, that people want to escape the urbanism and move back to the forest. It could be religion, or maybe even a lack of religion, so secularization, that people no longer feel spiritually enriched through religious institutions, but they prefer to move to find their spiritual enrichment in nature. It could also be economic reasons, that there's business opportunities, that you can earn a living from your forest through different services other than timber. So we are also interested what this means for in different continents, and our work only focused on Europe and Asia, but we would be very interested to see if this also holds for instance, Africa or South America and even Australia. And then, yes, what we are also interested is then what does this mean for forest management? And we think we need an improved understanding of how the significance society attaches to forests. So in our case, the spiritual values, how this could assist in landscape conservation and management practices, and how it could improve our decision-making and policy-making, and also addressing trade-offs. And so we hope with our work that we highlight this issue and that we can raise interest in spiritual values of forests. And with that, I would then conclude, and I hope I am in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wu. Next speaker is Dr. Yuichiro Hirano, a chief researcher at the Kansai branch of the Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute. Hirano, please.
Thank you very much for introduction. This is Yuichiro Hirano at FFPRI Japan, and I hope everyone can see my slides right now. Okay, so I'm going to introduce cultural FES and emerging new forest utilization in Japan. FFPRI, Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute, now I'm working in, was originally the government research institute for forestry, but now actually privatized. The headquarters locates at Tsukuba, 60 kilometers away from the central city of Tokyo. And I'm now working at its Kansai Research Center, located at Kyoto, an old traditional capital of Japan. We have more than 400 researchers right now, and some of us are engaging in forestry researches with historical or cultural aspects, including myself. Then let me start to introduce the new trends related to cultural forest ecosystem service in Japan. I understand that the range of cultural FES is very wide and might be very controversial. It may include spiritual, historical, and cultural values and benefits of all forest uses and activities. And the recreational uses of forests was also thrown into this category of ecosystem services in previous researches. If we take this standpoint, the remarkable recent trends here in Japan on cultural FES can be separated into two. The one is the diverse development of recreational forest uses, and the other is labeling several types of heritages as icons to take a close-up cultural values of traditional forest uses. Right now, we can see these recreational forest uses in Japan. The activities with black letters are traditionally observed, but those with green letters are newcomers, such as mountain biking, trail running, adventure parks, survival games, and forest bus and therapy. Trail running has been developing since the 2000s. I guess more than 300,000 people are now engaging running at trails in the forest right now. And hundreds of races are held especially in mountainous areas. Mountain biking was introduced a bit earlier to Japan, but since the 2000s, it has gradually developed as major recreational uses. And the mountain bikers who love to ride on forest trails are increasing in recent years. Adventure parks in forests were originally developed in Europe and the United States with many styles. The parks managed by Forest Adventure Limited Corporation is the most developed style here in Japan, which introduced the model from Europe by using standing trees to support zip lines ropes, or ladders to let visitors walk for fun. They have been developing since the 2000s, and now they have more than 30 parks and many visitors in mountainous areas. Survival games, sometimes everyone called war game, are founded in Japan in the 1980s. It uses model guns with air pressure to shoot plastic small balls. We call them air guns. And usually users are developed in two teams. Users are divided into two teams and shoot each other to get the flag in the position of other teams. And this has been also developed through the 2000 to 2010s in Japan. The next trend I would like to introduce is labeling heritages to protect and utilize cultural values of forest uses and activities. Since the 1990s, at least 6 types of heritages have designated cultural or historical forest sites, landscapes, tools, or documents in Japan. I put the logo marks of these style of heritages here. And these are World Heritage by UNESCO and the World Agricultural Heritage by FAO, as everybody knows. And the heritages of industrial modernization and the Japan heritage, both issued by Japanese government, and the forestry heritages and civil engineering heritages are issued by academic societies. And actually, I took charge of planning and fixing the system of the forestry heritage as a member of the Japanese Forest Society in 2013. 45 candidates have been designated as heritages to 2020. But here is a problem of these new recreational or cultural forest uses in Japan, which is the conflicts with other forest users and their values. For example, the new recreational users, such as mountain bikers and trail runners, has been facing severe objections from walkers, conservationists, forest owners, and trail managers, according to their development. As a result, they have been prohibited to access forest lands and trails by owners and managers sometimes. Cultural values of forest heritages tend to be ignored and negated by local people and governments, and sometimes they are abandoned or face destruction. I understand that this structure of the conflicts can be also observed for mountain bikers in Europe and the United States. But here we can see the same conflicts for trail runners, which might be characteristics of the diverse development of recreational forest uses in Japan. But fortunately, one characteristic movement to resolve these conflicts has occurred in recent years, which is shifting stakeholders' eyes from the conflicts to collaboration for local revitalization. As Japan are facing severe population decrease in mountainous areas, their local communities need manpower and new industries to maintain their society. The leaders of mountain bikers and trail runners once realized these local needs. They started to contribution projects to local communities, shown in these pictures, such as clean up lands, helping forest management, maintenance of trail and roads, and moved and settling in to the mountainous areas to support and revitalize local communities. local people are very happy about that. So in return, mountain bikers and trail runners get the approval from the local society for biking or running in local forests and trails. And forestry heritages and adventure parks are also expected to attract people to mountainous areas. These can empower local people by developing new local industries such as ecotourism. So even though right now in Japan there is no movement to fix, the bells for closing business is now ringing in my institute, but I must continue because of time restriction. So even though right now in Japan there is no movement to fix some laws or legal rights to make these collaboration projects stable, or to decrease the risks described here in local societies. But connecting the values of cultural forest ecosystem services with the benefits and the sustainability of local communities must be a key to develop the new trends. And I recognize this is the biggest characteristic right now in Japan. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirano. Next speaker is Professor Shingo Shibata from Sophia University. Professor Shibata, please.
Thank you, Professor Tsuge. Can you see the slide? Okay, thank you. So good morning and good afternoon again. This is my presentation title today. Last week, at the plenary of Society of American Foresters annual convention, CEO of Microsoft and Ecosystem Service Venture, Natural Capital Exchange, discussed the huge potential of forests beyond timber. In addition to cluster one of wooden products and timber, there is a vast frontier for holistic, broader forest ecosystem service businesses, namely cluster 2 of non-wood forest products, cluster 3 of recreation, tourism, health, education, which is included in cultural fests, and cluster 4 of regulatory services. Keeping this in mind and emphasizing cultural fests, I will introduce outcome of survey on forest owners' attitudes and activities related to the provision of fests in Japan. In our project, we conducted 4 activities as shown. Under the first and second activity, we conduct surveys on forest-related PES and service business and forest owners' willingness to provide ecosystem services. I will introduce the result of A, and B will be introduced by Professor Tsuge. Under activity 3, in order to identify relationship of activities to enjoy ecosystem services, objective indicators, and subjective happiness, we conduct survey targeting selected forestry towns and villages. This result C will be reported by Professor Takahashi. Under activity 4, we conduct some case studies, and 2 of them will be reported later today. These photos are case study sites. Left side, foresting base in Doshi, Yamanashi Prefecture to open abandoned for plantation area. Right side, pine mushroom restoration in Waizumi, Iwate Prefecture. Upper left, Seitaro's Forest, Akita Prefecture to provide private forest for outdoor nursery. Upper right, Nagahama Forest Matching Center, Shiga Prefecture to train forest guides and other activities. And lower half, Sophia Forest, Karuizawa, Nagano, to experiment IT guided trail walk. The questionnaire survey targeted forest owners and managers in Japan who are members of the two largest forest owner associations. We asked the questions related to the items shown. Regarding the size of forest area, average ownership area in Japan is very small, but majority of respondents of this survey are medium to large owners. Plantation rate is very high, as shown. Most people have many objectives. However, compared similar surveys in US and Europe, timber production is dominant. Other objectives such as conservation, nature, biodiversity, enjoy beauty, landscape, recreation are less. One reason for this, perhaps many of the survey respondents are relatively large owners and also serious timber managers. If we look at the management objectives by ownership size groups, we found majority of owners have multiple management objectives in addition to timber production. Very few large scale owners do not include timber production. Regarding the perception of comparatively important functions of the forest, soil conservation is the highest, followed by disaster prevention, water quality, timber, water quantity, clean air, carbon sequestration. Clean air, carbon sequestration, disaster prevention, soil conservation are not among the management objectives of previous figure 3, probably because they are considered as secondary objectives. Regarding adopted prescriptions for enhancing multiple functions, thinning and establishing forest rows are widely adopted, followed by longer rotations and conifer plantation. Creating mixed forests, multi-layered forests are not very common. Ecological forest management, such as retaining deadwood, stopping clear cutting, or adopting small area clear cutting, conserving wildlife habitat are not yet so common. Regarding payment for carbon, water, etc., responses are already conducting 40%, want to do in the future 15%, interested 46%, and this total is 75%. However, close assessment of these who replied yes found the actual situation is much fewer. Only a limited number of owners receive payment for carbon offset or water. Actually, all 7 owners who replied yes conduct carbon offset. Another 7 owners are interested in doing carbon offset in the future. Out of 4 owners who replied yes for payment for watershed conservation, 2 conduct watershed forest fund, 1 sells flowing water to a sake brewery, and 1 has agreement with a bottling company. 1 owner interested in selling water in the future. Regarding the revenue by their activity, watershed fund revenue, 1 owner more than 2 million yen, 2 owners between 100 to 500,000 yen. Carbon offset between 100,000 to 1 million yen. Regarding the payment for biodiversity conservation, responses are already conducting 10%, want to do in the future 10%, interested 43%, and these totals are 63%. However, close assessment of those who replied yes, it was found that actual such cases are none. 5 owners are doing wildlife-related activities without payment, such as creating wildlife-rich forests, creating habitat for insects, protection of rare species, protection agreement. Many owners' concerns are damages by wildlife, and 8 owners replied countermeasures for wildlife damage is a priority. Regarding forest product businesses other than timber, responses are already conducting 32%, want to do in the future 11%, interested 34%, and this total comes 77%. There are a variety of forest product business other than timber, and majority of owners interested. For the breakdown of non-wood forest products, 88 owners replied already conducted. Out of these, 45 replied conducting biomass power material. Activities such as medical herb, aroma oil, essential oil are becoming popular. The annual revenues by the activity. Biomass energy ranges from 100,000 to over 2 million yen. Mushroom production, wind power between 10,000 to 200,000 yen. Aroma oil, bamboo, fuel wood, wooden products are between 100,000 to 500,000 yen. Forest service industry is, according to Forestry Agency Japan, new services industry to utilize forest space for various human uses, such as human health, tourism, and education. Compared with timber and wood products, these service industries are much larger in monetary terms and expected to expand the pie of forest-related industry, as shown in the red circle in the figure. Regarding the expectation of forest service industry, responses are 15% very high expectation, 44% moderate expectation. These totals are 59%. So majority of owners have high to moderate expectation on this subject. 56 owners replied already conducting, 14 owners interested in doing in the future. Activities conducted include cottage and camping area, forestry experience observation, environmental education, forest kindergarten, bike trail, forest bathing road, etc. Interested activities include camping area and cottage, bike trail, therapy, etc. The annual revenue, there is one case, hydrangea garden in Japanese cedar plantation area, which has considerable revenue, but most cases revenues are less than 2 million yen. This is a hydrangea garden I mentioned. There is a dramatic increase of visitors after the TV broadcast a few years ago, and there is a slight decline by COVID in 2021. Next, perception on opening the forest for the public recreational purpose. I understand that in Germany, private forest owners are mandated to open their forests for the public access, similar to every man's right in Nordic countries. In Japan, this is not the case. And the replies are already make it open, 16%, no problem in opening, and no compensation needed, 15%. Consider opening if some compensation provided and responsibility of compensation accidents damages waived, 35%. Total of these positive total opening are 66%. Most of those who are opening do so free. Some fear of responsibility of compensation in case accidents occur if they charge entrance fee. Some are forced to open. Regarding conditions for opening, responses are will open without property tax exemption, 29%. Will open if 50% reduction of property tax, 15%. Will open if 100% reduction of property tax, 54%. Regarding received amount per hectare, willing to open the forest in case no property tax exemption, most common response is between 10,000 to 50,000 yen. So conclusion, according to the survey, private forest owners in Japan, including some companies and forest unions, are generally aware of multiple ecosystem services their forests provide. Many of them are interested in PS and forest service industry. A variety of non-traditional activities related to forest service industry, such as forest bathing, therapy, bike trail, etc., and non-wood forest products, aroma, oil, essential oil, and biomass energy use emerged. Also, some owners are involved in carbon offset, voluntary carbon credit system called J credit, and payment for watershed conservation. However, revenues of owners obtained from the above activities are generally very modest. And finally, majority of private forest owners in Japan are willing to open their forests for the public if suitable compensation scheme provided and their responsibility in case of accidents waived. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Shibata. Next speaker is me. I'm Takahiro Tsuge from Sophia University. I'd like to report on the results of an economic analysis conducted by our project. In this study, we estimate the cost and benefit of providing cultural forest ecosystem services. The cost of providing cultural forest ecosystem services is measured by forest owners' willingness to accept compensation to open their forest to the public so that citizens can enjoy cultural faith. This will be measured by contingent valuation method. The benefit of providing cultural faith is measured by citizens' willingness to pay for enjoying cultural faith. This will be measured by choice experiment. First, I'd like to report on the survey on WTA of forest owners. We conducted a mail survey of forest owners with the cooperation of 2 representative organizations to which forest owners in Japan belong. The details of this survey were introduced in Professor Shibata's presentation. We used CBM to estimate the WTA. We assumed a situation in which the prefecture where the respondent lives is considering the creation of a forest with the main purposes of tourism and recreation, health promotion, and education. We explained that the activities described here could be carried out in each of the forests. We also assumed that the respondents were asked to open a part of their forest to the public. For this initiative, we assumed that the respondents who would cooperate with this request would be paid for their cooperation. We also explained the obligation and burdens that would be incurred if they cooperated. After these explanations, the WTA was asked through a payment card format. This is an example of a question about tourism and recreation, but we also asked the same question about health promotion and education. Here are the results of the WTA. In other words, the amount of compensation per hectare required by the owners. Respondents who answered that they would not cooperate in any amount, and those who answered that they didn't take the question seriously because it was unrealistic were excluded from the sample. This is the distribution of the WTA values for the final samples. About 1/3 of the respondents were willing to open their forest for free. And about 65% to 70% of the respondents chose less than 100,000 yen per hectare. To investigate the factors that affect WTA, we conducted a regression analysis with WTA as the dependent variable and various characteristics of forest and forest owners as explanatory variable. it revealed the following. First, it was found that the WTA increases with the increase in the area owned or managed. Second, the WTA is smaller when the owner believes that his or her forest performs an important function as an educational site in the community. Thirdly, the WTA is larger when the owner expects the potential of the industry that use forest for purposes other than timber production. Furthermore, the results show that there is no statistically significant differences in WTA for tourism and recreation, health promotion, and education. This is the summary of this survey. Of the owners who are willing to cooperate, about 30% are willing to open their forest to the public for free, and 65 to 70% have a WTA of less than 100,000 yen per hectare. Next, I'd like to report the results of a survey that examined citizens' WTP for forest activities. This year, we conducted a nationwide online survey of citizens and received responses from 1,084 people. In choice experiment, as in CVM, a hypothetical situation is assumed. We assumed that the forest in the prefecture where the respondent lives will be developed for purposes other than timber production. We also assumed that activities that can be carried out in the forest and the fees for using the forest will differ depending on the forest. Respondents are shown 2 forests that would be developed through this initiative and asked to choose the one they would like to use. If they didn't want to use either of the forests, they choose neither. In each forest, respondents were assumed to be able to do several of camping, glamping, athletics, picking wild vegetables and mushrooms, wildlife observation, forest bathing, and remote work. Glamping is a luxurious and comfortable camping where people stay in a pre-arranged tent or cottage and eat prepared meals. It has become popular in Japan in recent years because even beginners can easily enjoy high-quality outdoor recreation. This is the choice experiment question. Alternative 1 in this example is a forest where users can enjoy camping, athletics in the forest, and remote work in the forest. And the fee per person per use is 2,000 yen. Alternative 2 is a forest where users can pick wild vegetables and mushrooms, observe wildlife, and bathe in the forest for a fee of 1,000 yen per person. Alternative 3 is an option that indicates that neither of the forest will be used. Respondents choose the most desirable of the 3 alternatives. 6 different questions were asked to a single respondent. From the responses to the various patterns of questions, it is possible to infer which activities people prefer and how much they are willing to pay to enjoy each activity. This is the result. The WTP for glamping was the highest, followed by camping, forest bathing, and picking wild vegetables. A more detailed analysis revealed that respondents who have experienced an activity and respondents who would like to experience an activity in the future often have a higher WTP for that activity. It was also revealed that respondents who have never experienced any of the activities and those who have no desire to experience any of the activities in the future have lower WTP for each activity. The analysis using the latent class model revealed that there are two groups of respondents with different preferences. One group with low interest in forest activities and one group with high interest in forest activities. To better understand each group, we are conducting an analysis of the characteristics of the people in each group. This is a summary of the survey. We found that the WTP for glamping was the highest, followed by camping, forest bathing, and picking wild vegetables. And that there were groups that were less interested in forest activities and groups that were more interested in forest activities. From the two surveys, we obtained useful results to examine the efforts to provide cultural face from the perspective of cost effectiveness. Using these results, we would like to conduct a cost-benefit analysis on the opening of specific forest to the public and propose forests where users can obtain a high level of satisfaction. These are our future research topics. Thank you very much for your attention. Next speaker is Professor Takuya Takahashi from the University of Shiga Prefecture. Professor Takahashi, please.
So thank you very much, Professor Tsuge. Can you see my slide? No?
見えております。
見えております。Thank you very much. Wait a moment. Okay, so let me start my presentation. My name is Takuya Takahashi. My topic, well-being, is broader than the theme of the current session, supply, demand, and politics of cultural forest ecosystem services. But I hope my presentation will cast a new light on our discussion. First, ranking is a controversial practice. Therefore, I would not like to put too much emphasis on this data. This data is taken from the Gallup World Poll in 2020, which asked people in the world how much they were happy along the scale of 0 to 10 points. The highest average points can be found among our colleagues, Nordic and European countries. Japan ranked 40th in this survey. Many people have discussed why Japan ranked at such a low place. Whatever the reason, this kind of data gives us new opportunities to examine our lives. Recently, by the way, this is a picture of Japanese cedar in Kyoto Prefecture. Recently, well-being, including subjective well-being, SWB, which was measured in the Gallup World Poll, is attracting attention as a policy indicator. For example, New Zealand has implemented a governmental budget targeted to well-being. Other government statistical offices are collecting information on well-being of their citizens. Considering this trend, we may suppose natural resource policy could employ SWB, subjective well-being, as policy indicators. If you may suppose if you may get interested in reasons why well-being is important also in natural resource management, especially forest policy domain, please refer to my paper, Takahashi and others, to 2021. In a nutshell, I would like to claim in that paper, SWB may be able to capture holistic relationships between human and forests. I measured forest related to subjective well-being in the past. In policy making, also in the field of cultural forest ecosystem services, it would be very important to know about the differences of well-being between individuals as well as regions or areas. This study conducted with Professor Shibata and Professor Tsuge investigates factors contributing to differences in forest subjective well-being among mountain villages. Because residents in forest mountain villages have close contact with forests, it would be useful to know how their well-being differ. We have several studies on the relationships between SWB and nature also in Japan. These studies identified interesting patterns between SWB and natural areas. In my previous study, I focused on SWB, especially related to forests. Forest SWB. In that study, I found positive correlation between forest SWB and forest recreation, management of owned forests, as well as negative correlation between forest SWB and forest ownership. You may wonder why forest ownership has negative correlation. I suppose this is because currently Japanese forest owners have difficulty with low asset values of their forests. In this study, we would like to investigate how forest SWB differ among mountain villages. We conducted questionnaire survey targeted to 4 mountain villages with many new residents. Here are questions on forest SWB with regard to satisfaction. We asked, how much are you satisfied with your relationship with forests? With regard to fulfillment, we asked, how much are you fulfilled with your relationship with forests? With regard to positive and negative affect emotions or feelings, we presented respondents with words expressing feelings such as forward-looking, fun, or backward-looking and not fun, and asked them to rate the frequencies they experienced during their engagement with forests. We calculated indices from responses. We conducted multiple regressions to analyze the relationships between forest SWB and several factors, including engagement with forests, individual demographic and psychological characteristics of respondents, and regional dummy variables. Before talking about the obtained results, let me talk about the profiles of respondents. In total, we obtained 952 responses. Male consisted of 63% and female 37%. The average age of respondents was 64 years old. Forest owners represented about 30% of them. The average yearly income was about 4 million Japanese yen, approximately 40,000 US dollars. The largest group of respondents' occupations was pension and not employed. Business followed. The average points of first SWB were, as for satisfaction, 6.32 points out of 10 points. As for fulfillment, 5.80 points out of 10 points. As for positive affect, positive emotions, 15.59 points out of 25 points. As for negative affect, 1.62 points out of 10 points. In general, not so negative, rather positive. We compared the average points of first SWB, subjective well-being, among 4 mountain villages. We identified statistically significant differences. Especially, village D is higher than other 3 villages in the terms of satisfaction, fulfillment, and positive affect. As you can see in these charts, the scores for village D were higher than the ones for others. We tried to explain the found first SWB differences among 4 villages in a step-by-step manner. We first conducted regressions taking first engagement, ownership, and respondents' demographic characteristics as explanatory variables and first SWB as dependent variables. We identified several interesting correlations. For example, we found positive correlations between the enjoyment of forest scenery and forest SWB, but negative correlations, surprisingly, between sports-related forest visits or wildlife observation and forest SWB. And we found other correlations. Some of them are surprising and some of them are commonly found in the studies of subjective well-being, general subjective well-being. Even after explaining SWB differences with engagement with forests and individual demographic characteristics such as age, there still remain differences among villages. 50 to 90% of differences among villages were not still explained. Next, we added psychological characteristics. Expected regional psychological differences might cause regional SWB differences. However, there still remain 50 to 80% differences. This is a part of the table for the analysis. We included so-called big 5 psychological traits such as extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and openness to experience. However, again, regional dummy variables were still significant. Finally, we examined the differences of coefficients for different types of engagement with forest among 4 villages. Coefficients, difference of coefficients. We found statistical differences among 4 villages. This finding indicates certain forest management with forests, such as management of owned forests, may have different influences on forest subjective well-being. This may have caused regional differences of forest SWB among 4 villages. Let me conclude my presentation. We have identified regional differences in forest subjective well-being among these 4 villages. Specific causes of the differences were not identified. Forest engagement, individual demographic characteristics, and psychological traits could not explain all the differences. Relationships between explanatory variables and forest SWB were different among regions. Another possibility is that natural geographical characteristics or different forest types may influence the degrees of relationships between factors and the forest SWB. For example, differences such as warm temperate forests or temperate forests, or plantation or natural forests may influence forest SWB differently. Or beliefs on forests, such as how proud residents are with the local forests, could be different among forest villages. Based on these findings, we would like to suggest future courses of research and policy implications. We would like to improve first this model so that we could explain regional differences better. As for policy implications, we may be able to make policy recommendations based on forest SWB. For example, by examining forest SWB, we will be able to improve forest SWB through forest service industries such as forest recreation being discussed during this symposium. Further, we will make forest management plans so that we could enhance forest SWB. We have already measured other types of nature-related SWB, such as river SWB and lake SWB. We will compare and combine these nature-related SWB measures and come up with more comprehensive understanding of nature SWB relationships in the future. Here are the references for this research. So last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge and thank for the support by Sophia University to this project, InnoFace project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Takahashi. We will now have a question and answer session for session 1. The moderator is Professor Georg Winkel. Professor Winkel, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Suge. We have received some questions, and I asked my Japanese colleagues to add in case there are Japanese questions that I don't identify as questions. The first question that I think has been asked to Tobias' presentation, but could be also interesting for others to answer is, if I understand it correctly, in how far we can say there is a general connection between, I would think, the demand for cultural ecosystem services and factors such as wealth, income, education. I hope I understand the question correctly, but that's how I understood it. And I wanted to be as if you want to ask or respond to that first, and then perhaps further speakers.
Thank you, Georg. I can tell quickly, well, I presented the results from our European study and mentioned that there has been another already 10 years old or 15 years old global study at country level that found indeed that the importance of cultural ecosystem services increases with growing levels of economic wealth. But I would say it's difficult to answer that or establish such relationship at the broad category of cultural ecosystem services, as they are so different. I would say when it comes to the importance of eco-tourism or outdoor recreation and so on, that certainly may be the case. But on the other hand, I would argue there are also, let's say, the cultural ecosystem services of the poor. And as we know, that spiritual values, sacred groves, have a lot of importance also in the less wealthy parts of this world. And well, traditional ecological knowledge as a cultural ecosystem services is particularly important in the less affluent part of the world. So that probably, it really needs to be looked at the level of individual cultural services.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Do further speakers want to comment on that based on their research? No? Then the next question that was put in the chat here is actually addressed to me, I believe. It's by Professor Shingo about the importance of the, let me read it, of the, I get so many messages in between, of the two distinct perspectives. I believe I introduced on European forest policy, the polarization view, polarized views, conservation vis-a-vis forest use. And he's asking that he was thinking that this gap is getting narrower. And then there's a second question, if in the European policy arena, now payment for ecosystem services are really established as a general tool in the strategy. I would like to respond to the first question. For the second question, I see Davide Pettinella is also there, who's an expert specifically on this one. So I would also ask my colleagues to contribute to that, but also to the first question. So on the first question of the ideological polarization, I would not think that this has become less intense in the last years. There has been a certain shift at the EU level, I would think, from production orientation, let's say provisioning service orientation, towards more highlighting, mostly regulating ecosystem services, mostly biodiversity and climate mitigation issues. So that's the main emphasis in the EU forest strategy. But at the same time, the other functions are also mentioned. There's a certain downplay, I think, in this polarized debate of the cultural ecosystem services that, however, score very high in all public perception surveys, as Tobias and others have raised it. So we have a situation, I think, in Europe that we have a quite polarized debate, if you want, between the provisioning services advocates and the regulating services advocate, with a certain disregard for the cultural ecosystem services. While, however, I would also argue that the cultures behind the paradigms behind are very cultural. So one group wants to really protect and conserve forest, and the other perspective really wants to use them sustainably for mostly biomass production. Of course, I should also say Europe is quite big and quite diverse, and in different regions, this polarization looks quite differently. There are other issues that are then very prominent. So basic answer, yes, I don't think it has been decreased. The polarization at the moment, there has been a certain shift from provisioning towards regulating ecosystem services in EU policies. Let's see what this means in terms of implementation later. For the second question, I would say that yes, the principle has been stated and emphasized of payment for environmental services in Europe, but it's a long way from that to implementation of a system. There are many questions related to who would pay, for what should be paid. It makes a big difference if it is for climate mitigation, where you can easily connect it perhaps to forest production, or if it would be for biodiversity purposes. And again, in reality, I think there are more initiatives at the level of different member states. For instance, in Germany, there's a huge debate now to take this really serious and to come up with a payment system for forest owners. For that, I would really like to pass over to Davide, because I think he has more knowledge on that debate at the EU level. I stop here. Davide, colleagues, do you want to add?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Georg. To answer the question by Professor Shigo Shibata, 2 points. In the forest strategy approved in July by the European Union, there is a general statement. It's interesting, but it's very general. That is, in the European Union, we need to implement the principle who use is paying, literally. And this may be understood in many different ways, but the main sense is that we have to create a system of compensation for forest owner and forest manager who are providing non-market ecosystem services. But as I said, is a very general statement. Then, this is the second point, there is a very clear operative decision, that is that at the end of next year to implement the carbon farming system. And in the carbon farming system, forest activity are included. This means that carbon credits deriving from well-managed forest could be put in the European trading scheme market. That is a very important decision, because now in the future, we will work on credit generation by the forest, not only for the voluntary market, but for the so-called institutional market. And this means creating a new source of income for forest owners and forest managers. Of course, as always, the devil is hidden in the details, in the sense that we have to see which will be the standard for defining one credit, one carbon credit, and how the topic, the issue of additionality, permanency, leakage will be solved. But this is an interesting new opening. Thanks a lot.
Davide, there's a follow-up question. Perhaps it's also best for you to answer, or for others. Is the EU also planning or subsidizing cultural ecosystem services provision?
Well, my answer is a repetition of what I already said. There is this political willingness, but as a matter of fact, the only very concrete decision taken by the European Union is connected with those services that are connected with carbon credit generation. By the way, it's interesting to note that this decision was an anticipation of the outcomes of the COP26 in Glasgow. You know that in the COP26, they have decided in the final declaration, especially in relation to Article 6, that an international market will be created for carbon credits. And forest activities, and not only REDD+ activities, but credit generated by any forest in any country should be part of this international carbon credit market.
Thank you very much, Davide. I think Noriko Kato, I saw your hand a few minutes ago. Now it has disappeared. Do you still want to put a comment or question, or do you want to respond to a comment or question? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Then I would like really to ask my Japanese colleagues if some of the chat messages that are there would be a question. Please interrupt me and let me know, because my Japanese is not well enough advanced. It doesn't exist basically to understand if there's a question. Yes, however, a question to Professor Tobias Plininger. How can cultural ecosystem services influence decisions if they not have common units such as euros? Basically, it's about if they're not monetarized, I would think is the question. Tobias, this is addressing you. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, good question. Difficult indeed. I would say our political systems are requiring somehow a quantification, whether in monetary terms, as you say, Georg, or maybe also just in biophysical terms, right? And I would, or many people highlight that one reason why carbon is such an important or outstanding ecosystem service is also that there's this one single catchy unit that we can quantify the ecosystem services of carbon sequestration of forests, for example, in tons of carbon or greenhouse gas equivalents sequestered and so on. We don't have that for many other ecosystem services. I know in the world of biodiversity, there are discussions and many works going on trying to quantify biodiversity in this one single unit, and even that is already endlessly difficult. And for cultural services, I'm afraid it may simply not be possible. Culture is too diverse, is too intangible to find the one formula, and even less in economic terms, at least for, well, maybe you can quantify economically the value of ecotourism, let's say, But if you look through the different cultural services, you will see the limits quite soon. If you think about the category of spiritual and religious values, where probably even the most hardcore economists probably would come to and see their limits, that you cannot quantify the spiritual value of a forest in economic terms. So let's say what David says, for instance. But I don't know, I would argue maybe we need to get used, our decision makers, that also things that cannot be quantified easily do matter and have value, just along other dimensions.
Thank you, Tobias. And actually, I would like to ask our Japanese colleagues back how they would assess this in the Japanese forest policy discussion. Do you need to quantify cultural ecosystem services to make it policy relevant, or do you see other ways? I would be quite curious to learn from you what your experience is in the Japanese policy system. I don't know whom to address. Perhaps one wants to take this up. Well, it seems also there, this is a difficult question.
Okay, so let me start.
Yeah, I was
let me start, just start. So if, as Dr. Hirano said, if a certain site is designated as heritage site, that has some political traction or some kind of, that can be some kind of drivers. So maybe in Japan, at least, cultural ecosystem services has certain power on real decision making. I don't know about different types of heritage sites, but maybe Dr. Hirano has some answer about real power of cultural ecosystem services in Japan. Do we need to quantify CES or not? Yeah.
Okay, I tried to answer. Well, I'm actually having the background of sociology and political sciences. So this answer would be based on this background. And many of my colleagues as sociologists here in Japan tried to reflect the cultural forest ecosystem service into the policy mix before, maybe since 1980s. And especially as Professor Takahashi mentioned, that there are a lot of heritage projects, including World Heritages and the others, and try to reflect the local community's value using forestry, using forest culture, culturally and historically. But many of them are now seemed to be give up to reflect these cultural values on forest to the policy stage, because as the other professors also mentioned, that the power of economic evaluation of economic ecosystem services in other sectors are very strong, and it's very difficult to evaluate cultural ecosystem service here in Japan. So that's why if we are going to get into the community and find a lot of values on cultural forest ecosystem services, but if we are going to send it to the policy making, many policy officers said, oh, there is no quantity of that values and no evaluation about that, so they are going to ignore about that. That situation was very often happened here in Japan. So I must say, it's not optimistic here in Japan to reflect cultural values on policy field, and we need certain methods to reflect that.
Thank you very much for really interesting answers. I believe, if I may ask you, sometimes my impression is that in the EU debate, issues such as biodiversity and climate change are used as a more rational substitute for cultural ecosystem services. So basically you want to protect forest landscapes, but then you argue with natural science how to do it. Do you think, I'm not sure if my colleagues agree with this perception from Europe, but is it valid also in Japan that you better argue with, let's say, biodiversity if you actually want to have a nice tree protected? Or is it, am I wrong?
Yeah, we can see that type of tendency because the voice of natural scientists and economists is very strong, and to reflect the other types of ecosystem services. So that's why the policy making tends to be focusing on that voices. So actually, I'm really interested in how the cultural values of forest uses or why these values has been recognized and being legitimized, which means how to reflect in policy making. Actually, personally, as a social scientist, I'm really interested in the process of legitimation of cultural ecosystem services, reflecting the situation of Japan. So, well, actually, Professor Jean Lazaraux indicated that the historical stages of recognizing cultural services of cultural ecosystem services in her presentation. And that was general story, and I was very interested in, but maybe we need to make similar analysis to each values of cultural forest service to understand why and how these values are recognized and how these would be legitimized.
Thank you very much, Professor Pirano. Very interesting, and you provoked a debate. So now I have two people I can see, Lisa Thürwein and Tobias Plininger. And then unfortunately, we have already to move on. Now that we just started a really interesting discussion, I think. Lisa, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting presentations and regards from Switzerland, Zurich. I'm here still 1 week, but to the topic that what role the cultural ecosystem services play in Finland, for example, I would say that the general public has been very active in bringing these values to the decision making, because it's exactly the similar situation that, well, we have very strong timber production oriented culture in forestry, but this outdoor recreation is very important for Finns and all these amenity values. So that's brought these topics more into the decision making and has changed, for example, state forest management quite a lot to multifunctionality. And we also these cultural ecosystem services are quite well recognized, but we need tools in private forests. So it's very much dependent of the ownership motives and values of the private forest owners, how they want to pursue their management. One thing what we do at our institute is that we monitor outdoor recreation and nature-based tourism. So we produce figures, how many Finns and how often they use outdoor forests, and it's almost all Finns, more than 90%, 96% of Finns participate in outdoor recreation. That's been quite important in the political debate, this kind of figures of participation and monitoring the forest uses. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, for sharing some insights from Finland and showing one way of quantifying cultural ecosystem services. And of course, lucky Finns, 96% is quite an impressive number of forest visitors. Tobias, you were the next on my list, I believe.
I just quickly wanted to respond to your observation, Georg, and would first agree that my impression is also that a lot of the policy debates around forest ecosystem services are pretty expert driven, and that there is a certain discrepancy between what is debate in the policy arenas and in the public. But I think we also should not, well, dichotomize regulating provisioning services versus cultural ecosystem services, but maybe indeed highlight that cultural ecosystem services can be also used as a communicative tool. Because if you ask people, like we did in the one study that I presented, and ask what they appreciate forests for, almost nobody would say, I appreciate this forest because it stores carbon, or it has net primary production, or regulates ecosystem processes and so on. But if we show that these processes may be needed to maintain a stable forest, that gives sense of place, that is aesthetic, that provides a ground, an arena for people to encounter nature and so on, then that may be more useful.
Thank you very much, Tobias, reminding us not too strongly dichotomized perspective, which I think is a nice closing statement. I think we have now a break of about 15 minutes. I hand over to, I think, Professor Zuge, who may announce the further proceeding. Thank you very much, and congratulations for having been so fantastically in time this morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Winkel, and all speakers. This concludes session 1. We will take a break until 6:35 in Japan, 10:35 in Europe. During the break, we will show videos about Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies at Sophia University and Sophia Forest. Please watch those videos. Thank you.
want to go into forest?
Been constructing the trail by putting these wood blocks towards the side where the river, of course, comes from. The basic idea is to prevent tourists or whoever is going to come here from sinking into the mud this side, so that they can walk on the safer side.
We were actually putting logs along this pathway and creating this pathway, and it's so tiring.
今ソフィアの森の遊歩道を作ってます。
人がここに来て自然観察をしたりしてレクレーションを楽しむためです。
大変ですか？
とても大変です。
I think it's been a great practice, very tiring, but it's effective because it will come handy for forest management activities like cleaning and any activities that will go on like pruning. So it's good to actually have a path. It has been a good way of bonding between the students, and I believe with this it will be a continuous and very effective forest management activity for Sophia Forest, which is very good. So this should be encouraged more, and we should be doing this often.
Hi, we just finished our work today. Everyone's tired, but I think everyone did a pretty good job. We could build a trail, a beautiful trail. So I hope we can see the trail next time together.
皆さん、今日はソフィアの森でいい仕事をされたと思います。このソフィアの森はいろいろな植物が生い茂ってですね、昆虫もさまざまなものが出てきます。皆さん自然を楽しまれたのではないかと思います。これからこの森を使ってどのように皆さん環境の研究をするか、これから考えていきたいと思います。皆さんと一緒に。今日はどうもありがとう。
This place was built for the purpose of a field study of our graduate students, and it was established, I think, 2 years ago. And so far we have conducted 3 or 4 this kind of field visits. And the first time we did research and educational activities, including measuring carbon amount of the forest and also water quality. That was conducted summer last year, I think. And also last autumn, we built a signboard, the big signboard you saw at the entrance, and also small signboards. And so this is the 3rd time, and this is the first experiment we did to build a trail with the students. So I hope this is a good experience.
满天星星，平行时空上。
Thank you for coming back on time. Session 2, New Business Opportunities and Case Studies will now begin. Professor Davide Petenera of the Department of Land, Environment, Agriculture and Forestry, University of Padua, will deliver the keynote speech. I'd like to briefly introduce Professor Petenera. Professor Petenera is full professor at the University of Padua, Italy. He's teaching forest economics and marketing of mountain products and services. His professional focus is on forest product and service economics, with a special interest on the new markets for non-wood forest products and forest services, and the related CSR and SCAR aspect in regulating the forestry sector and in creating new responsible markets. He has published more than 500 papers in the field of forest economics and wood product marketing as a result of his research activities and field works carried out within programs financed by European Commission, FAO, European Forestry Institute, World Bank, and by Italian national and regional institutions. Professor Petenera has been an editorial board member of various academic journals and a member of scientific boards. Professor Petenera, please.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Professor Chuja Takahiro. Thanks to the organizer of this workshop for the invitation to prepare this keynote speech. I will share my screen. As you heard, the title of my presentation is Challenging for Marketing and Payment for Cultural Fairs in Europe. And I have organized my presentation in 3 points, starting with asking us, are there any economic spatial characteristics of socio-cultural ecosystem services, which is a policy framework that is in some way influencing marketing potential for these products. Then I will present some concrete examples of marketing innovative initiative to promote fast provision, and at the end, a concluding remark. Let's start with a bit of general consideration. And as my colleague Tobias Planninger, that is an interesting coincidence, I will start with a very well-known general framework developed by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, where cultural ecosystem services are identified as one of the 3 large categories of ecosystem services that are able to provide positive influence to the condition of well-being. here I wanted to stress 2 points that are of some interest for our discourse on marketing and payments. The first one is that a special relation that is rather unique between this group of services with health and social conditions, social factors. And the second element is, as already mentioned by Tobias, the low potential for mediation by economic factors that are connecting cultural services with the state of well-being of humans. Two important aspects that have to be considered also in marketing and payment. So are there any cultural, any special economic feature connected with the cultural fests? My answer is yes, and I will try to show you the reason. First of all, anyway, I have mainly from an European perspective to make not a definition, but a classification of these services. We have cultural services, we have educational and pedagogical services, sports services, spiritual and religious services, tourism and recreation. We have services for social inclusion and services for the wellness and therapeutic treatments. This ranking follow a criteria. The criteria is that one of considering the role of different services in relation to what we call green care or forest care. What do we mean for green care or forest care? And I think these two concepts are quite new concept and of growing interest and importance, at least in Europe. First of all, these two concepts are part of what we call social forestry. Means those activity connected with training, creation of job opportunities for fragile person, unemployed people at high risk of social exclusion, like immigrants, people with addiction of mental disorders, but also normal people that are enjoying forest for improving their wellness and health conditions. And for green care, we mean specifically a concept referring to the range of activities that promotes physical and mental health and well-being through contact with nature. I would like to make a very simplified view of the role of these services in the forest economy. If you look at the nature, the economic nature of the goods in relation to the criteria well known of excludability and rivalry, we can note that the provisioning service are mainly or quasi exclusively private goods, like wood products. The regulating services are mainly public good, like biodiversity, without a market. Even if new artificial market are going to be created for these services. Sociocultural services are mix of public and private goods. Think to the case of non-wood forest products, to forest bathing, that are both in some cases private goods and public one. It depends on the local socio-economic context and the problem of scarcity. And if we look at the drivers, main drivers supporting the development of this market, well, in the case of provisioning services, of course, normal market forces, the relationship between demand and supply, the equilibrium prices are the main drivers. In the case of the regulating services, the state, through its regulation and system of incentives, is playing a very major role. In the case of sociocultural services, these are many cases connected with bottom-up initiative by local communities, local groups, NGOs, and so on. So, as I already mentioned, when we are looking at the socio-cultural services, those tools that are relevant importance for improving the provision of the services are technical assistance, people engagement, local authorities animation, entrepreneurial support, public-private partnership, and so on. Finally, if we may refer to the more theoretical instruments that can support our work in dealing with these three categories of products, we can mention that neoclassical economics is of fundamental importance for understanding and studying provisional services. Environmental economics, neo-institutional economics are useful as a theoretical background for dealing with regulating services, while social economics and experience economics are very useful branch of economics for analyzing socio-cultural services. What we mean for social economics, that is a special field of the economic science, I think of relevance important, at least in the European context, is a branch of economics and social science that focuses on the relationship between social behavior and economics, covering such issues as social capital, social innovation, gender issues, ethics in economic activity, and philanthropic behavior. Okay, having said that, again, some consideration on policy framework that may integrate the very relevant points raised by Georg Winkel before. I think that when we are speaking about socio-cultural services, and I like to make the definition of socio-cultural, adding the component social, because when I'm thinking to activities like sport or concert in the forest, I don't think that the concept of culture is enough. So I prefer to speak about sociocultural services. I think that in some way they are influenced by all our work on developing the bioeconomy. So bioeconomy policy or policies are extremely important and relevant. But of course, they are also connected with biodiversity and climate change policy. One third, let's say, set of ideas, instruments, a concept that I think are very relevant when we are dealing with sociocultural forest services is the One Health policy. Of course, there are synergies among these three field of policy activity. Think to green soft tourism as an overlapping aspect and a case of synergies between bioeconomy and policy. Think to the control of forest-based zoonosis. 75% of all our virus that are affecting human health are connected with the degradation of forest environment. But think also to conflicts. First of all, the conflicts that is a hot issue in Europe of the use of biomass for energy in relation to air quality. And going deeper on this element of the One Health policy, I wanted to quote this very important document that has been recently published by the European Commission, Strategic Forestry Report. It's a document that is stressing the area of policy making of relevant strategic importance for the European Union. And one of this area is connected with all the problem of biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, and public health. I don't go through all the quotation, but I think it's relevant to note this aspect. As well, is useful, I think, to give an official definition of what we mean for One Health policy, a concept developed by the World Health Organization, but then endorsed by many other United Nations organizations. Starting from the idea that human health and animal health are interdependent and bound to the health of ecosystem. This brings about the need for a collaborative global approach to understanding and reducing risk for human, animal, and ecosystem health, integrating so world health, food security, environmental, and economic issue. You know, this topic has been analyzed by different organizations, different agencies from different perspectives. Very useful to compare the work done, for example, not only by WHO, but by UNEP and FAO on relationship between environmental protection and human health. And also in the European Union Biodiversity Strategy approved last year, there is a clear reference to this point. Nature is said at the first page of the document is as important for our mental and physical well-being as it is for our society ability to cope with global change, health threats, and disaster. We need the nature in our lives. And also in the recently approved the European Union Forest Strategy, there is a similar statement that you can see here. So, going now to look at the examples and the field of activity connected with marketing of socio-cultural FAS services. About the payments and instrument for covering the cost of provision. I think that we have three main sources of payment for covering the cost of this services provision. The direct payment by the beneficiaries, by the user of the service, the state through its welfare system, and then philanthropy. So capitals coming from companies, from the local communities, and from volunteer work. I observed this interesting experience in Japan of employing volunteers for activity connected with landscape amelioration work in forest environment. And you have quite a lot of examples of different combination of socio-cultural services with prevailing source of capital connected with one out of the three typologies, and with a system of partnership. A very important case of partnership is that one, public-private partnership between public authorities, owner of the forest land, and the local community forest NGOs for managing the land, for improving landscape, providing recreational services, health services, and so on. But we have also services that are covered for their cost, and also that are generating profit thanks to direct user payments. Think to do some tourist activities like free house renting or the entrance ticket to an adventure park. So, how to foster the provision of socio-cultural services? I will make a short list with some examples. Let's start with the initiative by the private actors, or by the single actors, or by group of actors. And then we will see those actions that are more connected with the public intervention. Well, first of all, of course, service innovation. Innovation, new ideas, at least relatively new ideas for new territories. a short look to some examples. The case in Spain of mycotourism, a set of activities centered on mushroom picking, mushroom eating, but also enjoying staying in a forest environment, walking, making some sport activity, and appreciating the cultural elements of that territory. Or innovative idea is this park in Scotland, a unique case of a park that is visited only in the night for observing stars and enjoying this special feature of the forest in the night. And another case that is very common, becoming very common all around Europe, the renting of 3 houses in different forest ecosystem with different type of organization and different type of style. Boreal forest, we will have a presentation on this topic. So nothing new by sure in Europe like in North America. But here I would like to mention a special case of boreal forest for pets developed in Italy. The service innovation connected with new amusement park. Here, the case of a wood park in Austria, where people, mainly young people, they enjoy and they learn how to use wooden toys and how to work wood material. Service innovation connected with sport activity, in this case for picking wild mushroom. There is a mountain community in Italy, in the Parma province, where they are organized. They are now at the 8th edition, the World Mushroom Championship. In this edition, there were also some Japanese picker participating to the championship. Then we have the large area of quality assurance, standard certification, labeling. Sometimes even we can consider here in general the problem, the issue of branding. You know, when we are referring to the forest sector, there are at least 3 areas of concern, the classical 3 areas, also for developing standards and developing certification or control techniques and labels. So we have labels only connected with environmental performances for wild forest products. We have standards for the certification of well-managed forest, standards of traditional origin of the products, standard for organic products, and so on. As a matter of fact, there is a specific interest in development also in relation to the standards connected with certification of sustainable forest management. PFC in Italy has developed first standards for health forest. Is a draft standard that has been already tested and used in the first case of certification last September. And the FSC is working also on that, even if at the moment they have developed, apart from the main standard that is more connected with wood production, they have developed 5, let's say, additional standards for 5 environmental services. 4 are regulating services, but 1 is tourism, is recreation, is for sociocultural services. And then we have the large amount of standards specific for tourism certification labeling, but not specific for the forest sector. And these are at least in Europe, no less than 50 schemes and initiatives, mainly developed at local and national level, very few of international level. GSTC is one of the few examples of an international standard. mainly for a single sector like certification of destination or national parks. One single issue is normally considered by the standard like environmental impacts, protected areas, services, and normally there are only few third-party certification schemes. So this is, from my point of view, a bit of confused set of quality assurance system still under development. We have a serious problem of overlapping of the messages associated to the standards. Effectiveness in communication is a problem. Visibility is also a problem. There are not much known until now, all the standards, and so still a limited impact. And another interesting instruments, it's networking, a promotion of good practices. Here the examples are numerous. I will mention one that is a networking association in Wales, so in UK, for gathering all the initiative connected with the community forest development. And there is a network, there is some training and communication activities. There is annual fair, an annual exhibition of all communities and frequent meetings. Similar type of networking organization are common also in Scotland and in other European Union countries. A nice network, even if rather limited in terms of number of participants, but very specialized, is that one of the food forest managers, food forest owners in the Netherlands. Again, exchange of ideas, making good communication activities, and sharing good practices. And finally, advocacy. So many of this group are able to organize advocacy and lobbying activities. I will mention a project in which I'm involved. It's called the Green for Sea project. Under this project, we have created a network of people connected and interested in green care activities, 75 members subdivided in 4 categories. And under this project, we have developed a document that is presented to the European Commission. Is a blueprint on green care, where we made a recommendation for policymakers, for research and academic community, and for founders and supporters. So ideas to stimulate a more active role in developing this sector. By public agents, what public agencies can do? Of course, first activity should be that of monitoring, collecting in a systematic way data. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that we are quite late in this activity. If you look at the Forest Information System for Europe, a nice website that is presenting a lot of good data and information, qualitative information about Europe, while as you see here from the homepage, no reference to socioeconomic services. But even if you look at the state of Europe forest and to the 6 criteria, that is that one dealing with a socioeconomic function and condition, you will find few data, not high quality, connected only to recreation. So here there is really a mixed field of activity by policy institution, by public institution in collecting data. Research development. Here my analysis could be long, but I wanted to give only very few reference about research project of creation of partnership for informing on what is going on at the European level on ecosystem services organization and provision, and project, research project, and a project connected with the training. But I get to this aspect of training as my last point, mentioning only some initiative, a very valuable one. For example, this association in Finland, Forest Care is called Finland, that is providing training and promotion investment activities for the local initiatives. And there are very interesting activities that associate training to research and development. In Austria, since a long time, there is a specific project connected with green care, green forest care, that is promoted by the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry with the Austrian Research Center, and that is supporting a special measure of the Austrian Rural Development Plan, supported by the European Commission. Training and entrepreneurship, another very interesting associated activity. The activity, for example, of the already mentioned Green for Sea project, where we have made a study, a survey on training need assessment, and that has been the basis of a learning course that was started in October. We have 130 international participants. This is an organization of the course that will be repeated as a joint course by different universities in the next years. I make my concluding remark. And I cannot avoid mentioning the COVID experience that we are now experiencing. I think that the COVID is giving us some lesson to be learned. First of all, that we need a state authorities as a regulative authorities for an active welfare policy. The second lesson is that different working conditions are not only feasible, but convenient for the health of the employees. This is at least what we made as an experience all around Europe in the lockdown period. And social relations are the fundamental drivers of the life quality. That is something that people really perceived, especially after this COVID experience. Well, all these three new evidence are supporting investment in socio-cultural affairs, because these solutions are relatively low-cost solution. If you compare a treatment of mental disease in a hospital and in the forest, you will realize why I say so. They are based on natural resources that, with an increasing use, become more recognized in the value of the services they are able to provide. And so, being used in an active way, they become even more protected. And another aspect is that sociocultural services are labor-intensive solution in a context where we are facing problem of unemployment and especially problem of social inequality. I always stress at this point. The COVID is making our world more unfair, more unjust. That is a case when you see all the indicators of this condition of gap between the very poor and the very rich. This is a graph presenting the number of billionaires growing in the last couple of years. I end here with a statement. I think that socio-cultural affairs are a useful tool for building the ecological transition, taking into consideration that most of our problems are mainly due to a problem of misallocation and unfair distribution, more than to the problem of excess of resources. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your attention. I will be pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Petinella, for your inspiring lecture. We learned a lot about socio-cultural affairs. Thank you very much. We will now begin the report from each speaker. In session 2, 8 speakers will give their reports. This will be followed by a question and answer session. The first speaker is Dr. Gregory Baratin, Senior Economist at UK Forest Research. Dr. Baratin, please.
Thanks very much. I hope you can see my slides okay. And
It's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to give a presentation on cultural forest ecosystem services and payments for ecosystem services in the UK. And before considering PES schemes in the UK and links to cultural ecosystem services, I'll provide some background on UK forestry and the policy context. I'll adopt a broad definition of payments for ecosystem services, encompassing a range of mechanisms, both public and private payment schemes. But I'd just like to very briefly introduce Forest Research, which is the research agency of government forestry departments in Great Britain, which has offices in England, Scotland, and Wales. So, though forests provide a wide range of cultural and other ecosystem services, many of these are not currently accounted for in land use decisions, with associated market failures underlying policy interests in potential for developing payments for ecosystem services schemes. While definitions of cultural ecosystem services vary, for the purposes of this presentation, I'll consider a broad definition encompassing direct benefits of habitat, species, and biodiversity contributing to human well-being. And while woodlands are sometimes considered relatively small compared with forests, I use these terms interchangeably in line with the approach in UK government forestry statistics. At 13% currently, UK forest cover is low by international standards, especially in comparison with countries such as Japan. Forest cover has more than doubled in the UK since the establishment of the Forestry Commission a century ago. And afforestation was undertaken primarily by the public sector in the early 20th century, while in recent years, the private sector has done most of the woodland creation. And most UK woodlands are privately owned. Planting more woodlands in the UK is socially desirable from diverse perspectives, but in a context of unprecedented human influence on the climate, impacting the global frequency and severity of extreme events, the need to mitigate climate change through deep reductions in global carbon emissions aimed at keeping average global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade, to reduce environmental impacts of global heating and prevent dangerous climate change. Climate change mitigation is a primary driver behind the adoption of net carbon zero objectives and government interest in woodland creation initiatives to help meet these. And the UK Committee on Climate Change recommended increasing woodland creation in reaching economy-wide carbon net zero by 2050. Tackling biodiversity loss is a further priority that led the UK government to adopt a target of increasing woodland creation to 30,000 hectares a year by 2024, with much of a new 640 million Nature for Climate Fund in England devoted to supporting this ambition, providing wider benefits for people too, including public access in the case of tree planting in urban and peri-urban areas, and in funding planting non-woodland trees by local authorities. The England Woodland Creation Offer, launched by the Forestry Commission this year, offers a contribution towards infrastructure costs for public recreational access, with the Woodland Investment Grant in Wales also providing payments in part to increase public access. And the 25-year environment plan, launched in 2018 by the then Prime Minister, with its aim to improve the environment within a generation and leave it in a better state than we found it. Also focusing in part on improving cultural ecosystem services. And the new agricultural subsidy support scheme under development in England, placing a greater emphasis on public money being used for the provision of public goods. Pilots of a sustainable farming incentive include payments targeted partly at habitat benefits of additional woodland management, and also hedgerow management, with pilots of local nature recovery grants and of landscape recovery grants due to start next year. An initial test prior to implementing the new environment land management scheme, trialing approaches to blending public and private finance and highlighting the importance of getting the level of incentives right. To help lever in private sector funding for environmental improvement, the Forestry Commission led development of a woodland carbon code to help underpin an emerging market for carbon benefits of UK woodland creation. The code is widely viewed as successful in encouraging woodland creation, with over 300 projects validated, expected to sequester over 6 million tonnes of CO2 over their lifetime, and associated carbon units purchased by private sector companies, not just for the carbon savings, but also the cultural and other ecosystem services that woodlands provide. To help further underpin and stabilise the emerging UK market for woodland carbon, the government has introduced a woodland carbon guarantee scheme, which provides project developers the option of selling associated carbon units at a fixed price to the government. Nature conservation organisations, such as the Woodland Trust, have become involved in the woodland carbon market as a way to lever in private sector finance for woodland creation, including for cultural ecosystem services they provide. Also raising funding to create and expand their woodlands through appeals not specifically related to carbon benefits. And the National Trust, for example, another voluntary sector organisation which owns many historic properties, similarly launching appeals to the public to fund tree planting on its estate. And other UK voluntary sector organisations appealing for funds to plant trees in poorer countries overseas. The government is encouraging innovation in developing PES schemes through a new Natural Environment Investment Readiness Fund, with some projects it's supporting focused on woodland creation, such as one led by Warwickshire Council, on basing this on regulatory consenting as the driver, and one on using biodiversity net gain credits associated with land development that involves the Cheshire Wildlife Trust, which has also been considering potential to fund land purchase and woodland creation through renting out parcels through a so-called woodshare scheme. Recent work in relation to the Woodland Carbon Code has been considering potential to extend this to cover the carbon benefits of harvested wood products, with work also ongoing on scoping development of a potential woodland water code, possibly along similar lines to the Woodland Carbon Code, and building upon the work of the PES4W cost action. A recent study explored willingness to pay for additional tree planting in the city of Southampton, including businesses' perceptions and their motivations for paying for tree planting, and the different types of ecosystem services they were most interested in paying for. While almost all woodlands in the UK public forest estate can be visited free of charge on foot or by bicycle, there's often a charge for car parking, and permits often need to be purchased for some special activities such as horse riding. There are a few exceptions to free entry, such as the Western Burt Arboretum in Gloucestershire, which also runs a Friends of Western Burt scheme to raise additional funds. Forestry England, which manages the public forest estate in England, has also recently started a membership scheme to raise additional funding. And there are also some UK private businesses offering forest cultural ecosystem services, such as recreation-related ones, woodland burials, as well as much interest in the UK in the health benefits of woodlands, including pioneering approaches from Japan and some marketing of forest bathing sessions. In summary, forests provide a wide range of cultural and other ecosystem services, with climate change mitigation to help meet carbon net zero targets and halting and reversing biodiversity loss, primary drivers of government woodland creation initiatives in the UK at present. At first sight, perhaps, woodland creation for climate change mitigation may appear to have little to do with the provision of cultural ecosystem services by forests, but this is not the case. The woodland creation, even though primarily for climate change mitigation or halting biodiversity loss, leads to provision of cultural ecosystem services as part of the bundle of services that forests provide. From a longer term perspective, it also helps sustain the long-term provision of cultural ecosystem services through helping limit global heating that could put the sustainability of forest cultural ecosystem services provision increasingly at risk. There's currently a rapid development of forest-related payments for ecosystem services in the UK. This includes schemes that focus partly on the provision of cultural ecosystem services, and government funding is an important driver at present, though with strong policy interests in levering more and greater private sector involvement and investments to help upscale forest-related payments for ecosystem services schemes. Finally, I'd just like to express my thanks again for the invitation to speak at this conference. The pity not to be able to interact in person, I'm glad to have had the opportunity to join in a low-carbon way. And I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Cost Association and European Union for financial support, and a couple of colleagues, and my former PhD student, Helen Davis, for a couple of slides. So thank you very much. I'll stop sharing at this point. There are lots of things I could add. I was thinking when we were talking about the physical and mental health benefits, I could also mention a study currently just about to be published by Forest Research, looking at the value of mental health benefits provided by UK forests, that will be coming out in a couple of weeks' time. So very much an active area of interest in the UK and at Forest Research at the moment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bharati. Next speaker is Professor Liisa Tivinen, from Natural Resources Institute, Finland. Professor Tivinen, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, dear colleagues. Let me share my screen. I just go to the first. I hope you can see it okay. I assume so. So I'm going to explain you and tell you briefly about our experiment in Finland about how in private forest, how we could enhance landscape and recreation values in forest through voluntary donations in private markets. And I work as a research professor at Helsinki in Natural Resources Institute, Finland. Yes, a few words about outdoor recreation and nature-based tourism in Finland. We've seen during the past decade an increase in this sector's economic and social importance and volume. And I would say since 2015, there are significant growth expectations in bioeconomy and tourism strategies directed to nature-based tourism and also outdoor recreation. Well, Finland is a very forested country. 3/4 of the country is forested. We have everyone's right that allows access to all undeveloped land. More than half are forests are in private ownership, and the state owns 35, a little bit more than 1/3 of the forest in Finland. Then something about outdoor recreation and nature-based tourism. I mentioned earlier that most Finns participate in outdoor recreation, and the typical amount is 2 to 3 times per week, often in urban and peri-urban areas. We've seen a diversification of the services in this sector. Health and well-being is very important for visitors, and it has grown as a motive. Of course, during pandemic we saw that but also in urban and peri-urban areas, it's one of the most important motives. But also in national parks we see it as an important motive. And we have a quite intensive debate at the moment of the forest management practices, how we should manage a more multifunctional management is asked, but in Finland this timber production is still the dominant function of forest. Just a picture of Finland to show that we have 40 national parks. Most state forests are located in the north. 1/3 or even more of the land is protected there. In South Finland we have less protected areas, and we have this special program, conservation program, targeted for old growth forest in South Finland. And but we have the tourism is a big business in Lapland and in the northeast Finland, and some of the areas are dependent on private forests. So I wonder if I can get rid of this. Maybe not. So forestry and tourism are important in very many rural areas, and attractive forest landscape and environment is a key value for tourism business. And we don't have incentives for safeguarding landscape recreation values at the moment, not even for biodiversity in the north at the moment. Most policy measures are targeted for timber production, as I mentioned, some for biodiversity in South Finland. So we have conducted the piloting study in Kuusamo as a part of EU-funded Sincere project, where there are 11 case studies, and we conducted this project in northeast Finland in Kuusamo. And Kuusamo is located about 800 kilometers to northeast from our capital Helsinki. Most of the forests here are privately owned. main income for forest comes from selling the wood, and intensive forestry practices are used here with clear cuttings and so on. But tourism business is an important industry also there, and it provides already more jobs and investments in the municipality than other forest sector. So the pilot basic idea in Kuusamo was that tourism sector compensates private forest owners for improving landscape or maintaining landscape and biodiversity values. We have studied these preconditions for this kind of mechanisms earlier, conducting choice experiments for tourists, their willingness to pay. Also tourism entrepreneurs' attitudes and willingness to pay have been studied, and also forest owners' willingness to accept and engage in this type of new system have been studied, and the preconditions looked rather promising for this type of pilot. So we went on with implementation in this sincere project together with Finnish Forestry Center, and we got governing the local trading agent, the Kuusamo Tourist Association, on board. Here is the basic idea that tourists and tourism companies are the ones who provide the funding because there is the demand, and forest owners organize or give their own areas voluntarily against payment, and then we need somebody, a trading agent here to run the model. And this was the part of the key part of the pilot project to create this kind of model to Kuusamo. First, we found that there are quite strict legislation restrictions who can collect funds, and only last year, spring 2020, we got possibility to collect funds in a small-scale fund collection system that was allowed by Finnish legislation. We worked with a local multi-actor group there to design this model, how do we go forward, but there were quite differing views who actually should pay and how acceptable it is to go with the private funding. Many people were and stakeholders were expecting some public funding from the Finnish government or EU, but then we decided to go, or the only way was to go on voluntary, start with the voluntary payments from visitors and tourism companies. Here is the system how we wanted, how we choose the forests. They are mature old forests located in key areas along the hiking trails, key roads, key views were also chosen to this system. Key values were landscape and biodiversity, but also we started to think about carbon storage, potential, and the management could vary in each site from total protection for 10 years to management, some sort of forest management, small-scale management to maintain the key values. 10-year contracts were targeted because that was the most acceptable time frame for private landowners. And here is our system to collect the funds. Payments were collected from visitors a year ago. A marketing campaign was launched autumn 2020, and there was possibility to give a donation through phone call, text message, mobile pay, and payment to bank account. We had some troubles in putting this into practice. This is the local forest elf, which was the symbol of this monetary collection, and then we see how we get this type of thing going and how people would react. But we had some troubles in putting everything together. And conclusions, the idea of this kind of payments were quite maybe something still new to tourism sector, and our experience is that this type of thing requires much communication. efforts to raise the awareness and also reach the acceptance of this type of system. In Finland, some key elements are missing for creating best systems. One is this fundraising legislation is very strict. It doesn't allow other than non-profit organizations to collect funding. And also, it was difficult to find a trading agent, somebody who could run this kind of system in Kuusamo. Tourism sector also seems to be much less well organized than forestry. There are a lot of small-scale micro entrepreneurs and some big entrepreneurs, and they don't collaborate so actively that the forestry sector has much more established networks and systems. And also, to me, the one important finding was that the forestry administration, they are much more targeted, very much targeted to timber production, extension services, and getting private forest owners to sell timber. But this kind of systems, they are not so well on board in the extension services yet. Anyway, the collection resulted in a small sum. We got one fixed contract with local forest owner, but what we managed to do also was creation of this cost-efficient model to enhance these amenity values, and we boosted attitudinal change among local stakeholders and mediated existing forest-related conflicts, what were actually somewhat severe. And at least we got this kind of forum established with a multi-actor group working. We have one spin-off research and development project looking at possibilities to integrate carbon compensation to our model in the future. And we are working with this model now and examining how these forest-based compensation models, what are the best ones in this region, and what is the added value for tourism sector. And this landscape and scenic value trade is on board, and it seems to be quite promising for also to include carbon sequestration into the system. Here are some references of our previous studies, and if you are interested in reading and learning more about how we ended up in building this type of system. And I think I've used my time, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tibinen. Next speaker is Dr. Andreas Bernasconi from Pampelune AG, Swiss. Dr. Bernasconi, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. I'm very happy to be with you. If I ask you all what you can see here and what activities that take place here, you might be amazed, because we stand in the middle of a funeral forest in Switzerland. And at the first glance, nothing special can be seen here. So my name is Andreas Bernasconi. I work with Pampelune, a consulting firm located in Bern, Switzerland. And we work at the interface between forests and society. Today, I would like to present you 5 examples of cultural ecosystem services, one of which was part of the Sincere project. So just some words about Switzerland. It's a small country in the middle of Europe, populated by almost 9 million people and crossed by the Alps. We have 26 cantons, 4 languages, and the forest cover is around a third. 30% of the forests belong to private owners, and half of the forest is protection forests, and half of the forest is almost urban forests. Now, what are the major challenges? I would say first, it's climate change and the implications for the forest development and the forest management. Then economic challenges for the forest enterprises. And third, the increasing population and the associated great importance and impact on the forest. In Switzerland, we have the right of free access in the civil code. So every Swiss citizen can freely enter the forest at any time. We know more than 80 activities in the forest. Before I go to the examples, I must shortly explain the concept of green forest jobs. The basis for this is this report you can see here, who was elaborated in 2018. And here you see the link for this report, who was established by the team of specialists on green jobs in the forest sector. What is a green forest job? So the definition for a green job was given by ILO, and this definition is combined of sustainability and decency. The team of specialists, based on this criteria, developed the definition for a green forest job, which you can see here. There are three elements. The first one is green job in the sense of ILO. The second one is compatible with sustainable forest management. And the third one, it contributes to the production and provision of forest-based products and services. Now, in this report, we tried to elaborate thematic areas and 19 fields of activities based on what we found in a worldwide research. We found many examples, and we had these 7 fields that you can see here. There are traditional green forest jobs as forest workers. There are new established jobs like forest kindergartens or future green forest jobs, which are not yet known. The other element I would like to explain is the difficulty with marketability. Many of forest ecosystem-based products and services are not or only to a little extent marketable. In literature, we find 2 dimensions. One is the scarcity, the rivalry, and the other one is the excludability. So here you see 4 types of goods. The red one, the upper right, is a pure public good, such as cooling effect of the forest or fresh air. On the left above, you have a public good with limited usability, the common goods, like collecting or picking mushrooms, for example. On the right below, the green one is the club good. For example, territory hunting or forest kindergartens, because you need to be part of the organizing unity. And the complete private good are, for example, funeral forests or adventure parks. I will give you now these 5 examples from Switzerland. Let's start with forest kindergartens and elements of the activities linked to sustainable development. A typical forest kindergarten takes place in the forest all year round, 5 days a week, the whole day in the forest. In the picture, we see a private association that carries out so-called forest experiments with children, for children. Now, the problem is there are no statistics. We don't know exactly numbers. However, based on research and some expert interviews, here's some figures. We estimate that in Switzerland, we have around 600 to 800 forest kindergartens, 200 to 400 forest schools, and much over 2,000 other offers. So the total, we estimate 3,000 to 5,000 offers, and the trend is rising. Below on the right side, you have an internet link. Here you can even make a reservation for such a place you can see on the picture. The second example is forest and health. Of course, also in Switzerland, this topic is booming. There is a multitude of offers. Here we see a pharmaceutical shop a couple of months ago with an action based on perfumes, brochures, and exercises in the forests. Now, what about the offers? We estimate that we have forest bathing about 100 to 180 offers, forest therapy between 50 and 70, and other health-oriented offers between 200 and 250. So all in all, almost 500 offers in this area, and we think that the trend is very much going on in this direction. The third example is the work as an adventure park. Here we see a forest worker with a further education. He is employed at an adventure park, and he is responsible for silviculture in only about 3 hectares. And at the same time, he is responsible to keep these elements in shape. In Switzerland, we have around 50 adventure parks, road parks in forests, which are in or at least near forests. Above, you see the statistics. The first one was built in 2000, and in 2010, we had more than 40 road parks already. We think that the trend is now over, and there will no more or not much more additional parks in the future. The fourth example is funeral forests. Burial forests are forests where the urns of deceased persons can be buried. This form of burial is permitted in most cantons in Switzerland. The size of burial forests varies greatly between half a hectare up to 3 hectares in size. And there are various forms such as single tree burials or partner or family trees. As a rule, contracts of 30 years duration are agreed. The cost of grave varies greatly depending on the associated arrangements, between 500 up to several thousands of euros. Here we see an opening in the forest floor where the urn will later be buried. Now, how many funeral forests do we have in Switzerland? The first one was built in the beginning of this century. There are 2 large companies that offer burial forests in different areas of Switzerland. They have together around 120 funeral forests. Then there are private owners with such an offer, about 30. So we estimate around 150 funeral forests in Switzerland, and the trend is going up. However, burial forests are not permitted in all cantons. Now I come to the last example, a difficult one. Partnerships and sponsoring offers. This is an interesting construct, especially in the area of common property. Examples are sponsorships for habitat trees or certificate trading, for example, climate protection certificates. This bench in the forest stands here as an example of many possible partnerships and as a possibility for object and project-related sponsoring. Now, this page here, you have the link above. It's called Bench Secrets or Secret Benches. If you think of a bench with an investment costs averaging around €2,500 per bank, and taking into account the annual operating costs, the total costs are around €650 per bank a year. Now here's a platform. And the idea of this platform is that whoever would like to sponsor a bench, a person or an institution, can look for spaces and existing benches, choose one, and get sponsorship or propose a sponsorship for it. So the name of this is called Bankgeheimnis. In German, Bank means at the same time a credit institution as well as a bench. So it's a kind of joke, but this platform exists. And the idea is to bring together sponsors and bench owners. Now I come to the conclusion. First here, in my presentation, I showed you 5 examples with different new services. And this poster was published 2 years ago by a forest owner association near a big city in Zurich. What it says, this poster is, "Cool forest air for the city has a future. We stay engaged for you." So this is a good example to me that the forest is a source of many services, such as cooling the air for the city, and becoming also important for this. I have 3 conclusions. The first one, the 5 examples have shown that there is a significant number of offers and related green forest jobs. In all examples, a major challenge is the lack of concrete figures and numbers and on the development. So if I calculate roughly the number of full-time jobs over the examples I showed you, I come up to half or 2/3 of the jobs that are officially in the statistics of forestry sector. So there is an urgent need for systematic recording of the supply and employment in these sectors. The second conclusion, the population figures will continue to rise in Switzerland, and settlement development will lead to more and more forests being located very close to people. This will increase the intensity of use and also the amount of forest-based services. So in heavily frequented areas, there is a need for solid visitor management that is interlinked with the surrounding sectors and agencies. And finally, what is already apparent in practice is likely to become more accentuated in the future. More forest enterprises will increasingly turn to activities and offers that are more service-oriented. So one consequence may be that the concept and plans of sustainable forest management will be supplemented and expanded accordingly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernasconi. Next speaker is Mr. Enrico Vidale, a collaborative researcher at the University of Padua. Mr. Vidale, please.
Good morning, everyone. Wait a second. Let's see if I think everybody see my presentation. Thanks to Professor Shingo for this interesting symposium. So I will introduce a very niche issue that is quite common in Italy, but not so common outside my country. That is the dualistic attitude of wild food in the forest in Italy. So I will introduce a few concepts about food in the forest or wild food that start with the definition, and simply it goes on with a case study that is located in Borgo-Taro area, and then I will finalize with some conclusion. So all start with few concepts that are translated into definition. So when we talk about wild food or wild products, there is a complex and a very fragmented way to understand these products. That means everybody has its own definition, and this leads to a general chaotic process to collect data. And the final issue is that this limited communication between or among institutions and companies and policymakers lead to zero contribution in terms of data. So if you think about a wild product that is something like that is collected in the place where it grows naturally, we have different type of wild products, and this typology of wild products lead to a different, let's say, products that are put in the market. So, for instance, if you think about the simple collection of these wild products and sell to a commercial, let's say, company that for as commodity, that's considered an artisanal activity or industrial activity. While when you crop a forest, it's considered a farm activity. And this leads even more chaotic situation when you need to sell these products to a different type of customer. That is, for instance, the recreational customer. So the definition are very important to allow to formalize the transaction. And this definition allow also to describe in detail the social resilience or the economic dimension of a given well, we the use concrete policy or solution for forest owner or forest manager. And moreover, if you think that wild gathering, the collection of wild food is one of the most ancient activity of human being, it's quite immediate to understand that is quite common all over the world. But the way that that is applied in forest and the way this activity contribute to the forest owner, it's very, very different. Just to give you an example, so we are, this is truffle, okay? Example, on the left-hand side, you have a cropped oak that is producing truffle, while on the right side, you have truffle pickers that is in the forest to collect the truffle. So these two typology of production are located in two different typology of activity. One is farm and one is a commercial activity. And the way that truffle is sold in the market, or in this case, mushroom are sold in the market, is based on, let's say, institutions that are very, very different. So for instance, in farm activity, you sell mushroom with invoice, but when you are dealing with mushroom collected in the forest, is not anymore an invoice. It's something different, and even different when you sell ticket for collecting mushroom in forest. So the meaning of definition is translated directly into the way you sell and the way you produce that service of our products. To be more concrete.
Excuse me, Mr. Vidale.
Yeah.
Could you use slideshow, please?
Sorry, probably is the. I need to oh my God. So let's try again. Okay. Sure. Do you see now? Do you see now?
No.
No? Oh my God. You don't see. Sorry. I will share once again. Do you see now?
I can see your screen, but this is not slideshow.
Oh my God. Wait a second. Let's try like this. Now, do you see? No?
We can see next slide and maybe script.
Wait a second. I don't know how it works. It worked very good on the trial, but wait a second. So now, do you see it? Do you see the presentation? Do you see the presentation?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I'm sorry for this technical issue. So just going back to the typology of transactions. So when we have a certain well-defined institution, you can easily sell your products or service. When you do not have this formalized definition, it's very difficult to sell or provide this service in the formal economy. So going in a practical example, we are in Borgotaro. You can see it's located nearby Genova in the Apennines. And in this area, they provide, let's say, two typology of products. So on my left-hand side, recreational activity based on mushroom, and on the other side, the commercialization of wild mushroom. So private land and other typology of land. So every type of land has its own institution how to enter and collect wild mushroom. And this very chaotic issue is just to say you that is very complicated to set up rights, and according to the rights, the way you produce or you can commercialize a certain product or service. So for instance, just in common land, it's you can sell recreational wild mushroom picking permits and as well wild mushroom. While in private land, only the forest owner can enter to sell, let's say, to collect and sell mushroom, but he cannot physically sell recreational wild mushroom picking permits because the institution, so the law does not allow him to do it. So in terms of, let's say, economic that is created by this type of implementation, well, we can say that there are a large potential of increment, but basically it generates something like 1,000 from 100,000 people up to 200,000 people that enter in the forest and pay daily between 6 and 20 euros per day. So in total, the turnover that is generated by this mechanism can be something like 1.2 million per year. While on the other side, when we have mushrooms that are sold between 5 and 23 euros per kg, it generates basically half. So here's some data. And you can imagine what does it mean transform the forest economy based on timber on these two typology of products, that is recreational wild mushroom picking permits selling and of course direct selling of wild mushroom. So in total, if we see the model that was applied on the mechanism, it can generate up to 5 times more economic value compared to the normal traditional wood production. And this was, let's say, an example that was that is commonly reported because it expired the national law of wild mushroom picking permits in Italy. Now, this model is applied all over Italy, except for the silviculture model that is applied only in that area. And everything that I explained here basically is based on this model because it increased by 5 times higher the productivity of wild mushroom in the forest, and is compensated directly by the recreational picking permits that are paid by the user. So, going to the conclusion, if you think about wild food, it's quite, let's say, common to have a huge demand of these products in Europe. For instance, if we see this graph that was produced by Lovrich et al. In 2020, France, Germany, Turkey, Russia basically can generate half of the wild food that is needed on the market, and it can be assessed between around 23 billion euros. That means that there is a huge opportunity to increase this typology of production in forest. But the problem is that the institutions are totally to be set in certain countries. For instance, if we go in Finland, where there is the everyone's rights law applied, it's difficult to, let's say, privatize this type of products. So there is a food in European or a global scale, because without the definition, we cannot formalize the transaction between the parties, so the producer and the buyer. It's everything, let's say, started with any type of innovation start from a good idea, but then when you need to transform into a business activity, you need to formalize and put inside the real economy. So institutional setup is a crucial point to start any kind of innovation in forest. And of course, if you link with silviculture and you provide additionality to your economic or to the mechanism, the economic mechanism that you implement, of course, you create the better solution, the best solution for your forest owner or manager. Thanks a lot. And I think I'm on time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vidale. Next speaker is Mr. Yoshio Fujioka, Deputy Director of the Mountain Village Promotion Office, Forestry Agency, Japan. 藤岡さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
聞こえますか？林野庁の藤岡です。今日は発表をいただき、機会をいただきましてどうもありがとうございました。これからちょっと説明をする森林サービス産業はですね、健康観光教育というさまざまな分野でですね、その森林空間を活用して、体験プログラムなんかを提供していく、サービス業を、新しくですね、作っていこうというような動きでございます。 私たちは、森林の中で景色や音、香りや味などを五感すべてで感じ取ることでリラックスしたり気分が良くなったりすることを経験的に知っています。また我が国ではこのような人の健康に対する効果を科学的に明らかにしようとする取り組みも行われてきました。このように森林空間利用による健康への効果がよく知られていることからすると、多くの日本人は森林空間を活用していても不思議ではありません。しかしながら現状はそのようになっていません。2016年に行われたアンケートの調査結果によれば、1年間に1回も森林に遊びに行っていない人が6割を超えていました。しかもですね、残りの4割弱の人たちの多くも3回以下という状況で、定期的に森林に遊びに行っている人たちはごくごくわずかな状況です。また、森林に遊びに行っている人たちの目的を見ても、森林浴やハイキング、写真撮影など、個人やグループで楽しめるものがほとんどで、ガイドなどのサービスを必要としないものが大半を占めています。さらに別のアンケートでは、休日に1泊2日で非日常を楽しむ旅行が多いことも示唆されており、宿泊、飲食などのサービスを提供する山村地域の事業者にとっては、忙しい時期と暇な時期の差が大きくなるといった課題があります。こうしたことから林野庁では、平日を含めた日常生活での森林空間利用を拡大していく必要があるというふうに考えており、まずはそのようなニーズがあるのかを調査してみました。結果としましては、散策やウォーキング、ランニングや自転車での走行、音楽や芸術鑑賞、保育、幼児教育など、健康分野をはじめ、スポーツ、文化、教育など、多様な分野での利用ニーズがあることが分かりました。これまでの森林空間利用は、キャンプや登山、自然探照など、山や森林に関心のある個人やグループなどが休日に非日常を楽しむものが主体で、多くの個人は人や森林に遊びに行っていませんでした。また、遊びに行く人の1回あたりの消費額も少なく、オフシーズンの平日などは観光需要が少ないなどの課題があります。一方で、森林浴をはじめ、森林空間で過ごすことは健康増進などに効果があることを体験的に理解していますが、私たちの社会はこのような効果を日常生活で十分に享受できていない現状にあります。こうしたことから、林野庁ではライフステージに応じて森林と触れ合い、森の恵みを受け取りながら健康で文化的に楽しく暮らすライフスタイルをフォレストスタイルとして提案しています。フォレストスタイルがこれまでの森林空間利用と異なるのは、ガイドが体験プログラムを提供し、森の恵みをより効果的に感じさせてくれること、企業の社員やテレワーク導入企業など、山や森林に関心のない層を含む集団をターゲットとしていること、平日利用や長期滞在利用を目指していることです。このようなライフスタイルが定着すれば、山村地域に新たな雇用と収入機会を作ることができ、山村振興に貢献できることになります。林野庁がフォレストスタイルを提案しているのは、何も山村の振興のためだけではありません。社会的にも意義があるからです。現在、我が国では人口減少社会、人生100年時代、超スマート社会が同時に到来する中、働き方改革の実現、健康寿命の延伸、アクティブラーニングや新しい生活様式の実践などの社会課題の解決が急務となっており、また個別の企業にとっても従業員の健康増進が喫緊の課題となっています。 このような社会や企業の課題解決にフォレストスタイルが貢献できるからです。ここからは森林サービス産業の新たな潮流の取り組みを社会や企業の課題との関わりで紹介します。一つ目は社員の定着率の向上に森林サービスが貢献した取り組みです。我が国では生産年齢人口はすでに減少傾向に入っており、人手不足の企業にとっては従業員の確保は重要な経営課題となっています。一方、せっかく採用した新卒の3割程度は3年以内に離職しており、採用コストが無駄になっています。企業の規模にもよりますが、全体では1人当たり70万円を超える採用コストがかかっていると言われています。こうした中、TDK ラムダという会社は2007年の12月に信濃町と協定を締結し、翌年4月より新人社員研修を同庁で実施しています。研修プログラムには、これまで都市部で実施していた通常の座学に加え、信濃町のガイドやトレーナーが協力する形で、森林セラピーや木製のオブジェの作成などをプログラムに組み込み、社員のメンタル作り、連帯感の醸成などを図っています。このような取り組みもあり、新卒採用者の3年以内の離職率は10分の1にまで減少しています。この取り組みで重要なのは、企業と山村地域との協定を通じて、山や森林に関心のない層も含めて、平日に企業活動の一環で山村地域でガイドによる良質な体験プログラムの提供を受けていることです。次は、社員の健康増進に森林サービスが貢献した取り組みです。人生100年時代を迎える中、企業の健康保険組合等にとっては、現役社員や定年退職者の健康増進は、保険財政を健全化する上で重要な課題となっています。一方、国民の死因の約6割は生活習慣病と言われており、日常生活での運動習慣などが健康維持に重要であることは分かっているものの、なかなか日々の行動を変えることにまではつながっていないのが実情です。こうした中、太陽生命保険は2016年10月にクアウルト健康ウォーキングに取り組む上山市と連携協定を締結し、生活習慣病リスクの高い従業員に対して宿泊型新保険指導を同市で実施しました。健康プログラムには、これまで都市部で実施していた通常の健康講話などに加え、クアウルトや早朝ウォーキング、地産地消の料理などを組み込み、従業員の健康増進を図っています。このような取り組みもあり、健康リスクの高かった従業員の行動変容につながり、体重、腹囲が低下したというような調査結果もあります。この取り組みで重要なのは、山村地域の自治体が医療や保健関係者をはじめ、さまざまな関係者との連携をコーディネートしていることです。次は、社員のうつ病抑制に森林サービスが貢献できる可能性があるという研究事例です。近年、ストレスやうつ病に対する認知度の広がりなどにより、医療機関を受診する人が増加しており、健康保険組合から支払われる疾病手当金に占める精神及び行動の障害の割合が高くなっています。特に20代、30代の若手社員での割合が高くなっており、うつ病で休職者が出てしまうと、企業にとってもさまざまなコストが発生してしまうことから、従業員のメンタルヘルス対策は重要な経営課題です。こうした中、月1回以上の頻度で森林散策をする集団と、年に数回以下の頻度でしか森林散策をしない集団を 比較した研究事例が発表されています。この研究成果によれば、月に1回以上の頻度で森林散策をする集団の方が、5年後のメンタルヘルス不良率の割合が優位に低かったことが明らかにされています。今後、森林空間を活用したマインドフルネスに関するサービスの効果が定量的に示されることが期待されています。以上見てきたように、森林空間を活用した社員研修、心・体の健康増進に関する取り組みは、企業の健康経営につながる新たな潮流といえます。森林サービス産業では、山や森林への無関心層も含め、平日を中心とした日常生活における森林空間利用のリピーターになってもらう仕組み作りが重要です。近年では、スマートウォッチやスマホアプリなどを活用することで、運動や睡眠に関するさまざまなデータを自動で計測することができるようになりました。こうしたデータを森林サービスの利用前と利用後で比較することで、その効果を定量的に説明できるようになります。また、こうした健康分野に関するサービスを核としながらも、宿泊飲食やワークスペースなどの周辺サービスを複合的に組み合わせることで事業化につながりやすくなりますが、企業、研究機関、コンサルタント、旅行業界などさまざまな業界との交流連携が不可欠です。山や森林に関心のある層に対しては、感性に訴えかけるような従来のプロモーションでも効果的でありましたが、無関心層にも森林を訪れてもらうためには、先の例のように健康経営に取り組む企業に対してどのようなメリットがあるのかを定量的に説明することで、企業との協定締結につなげ、森林に関心のない従業員も含めて定期的に体験サービスを利用してもらうことが重要です。現在、林野庁ではモニターツアーを通じて森林体験サービスの効果を把握するモデル手法の構築を進めており、エビデンスが取得できた地域においては、これらの成果をさまざまな企業に売り込んでいるところです。このような動きが他の地域にも広がっていけば、企業と山村にとってウィンウィンの関係が構築できると思います。発表は以上です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
藤岡さん、どうもありがとうございました。Next speaker is Ms. Mihoko Kasuga, a board member of Japan Forest Therapy Society. 春日さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、皆さんこんばんは。森林セラピーソサエティの春日と申します。よろしくお願いします。この度はこのような発表の機会をいただきまして、本当にありがとうございます。森林セラピーの概要とですね、その後、森林セラピーを中心とした予防的なホテルを運営しておりましたので、そのホテルについても少し事例としてお伝えしていきたいと思っています。よろしくお願いします。では、画面を共有します。見えてますでしょうか。はい。じゃあ、森林セラピーって何なのかっていうところからお伝えしていこうかなと思うんですけれども、森林セラピーはですね、科学的なエビデンスに裏付けされた森林浴効果を言います。で、森林環境を利用して心身の健康維持、増進、疾病の予防を目指していきます。で、森林の地形を利用したですね、運動を伴っていて、プラスアルファですね、栄養とかライフスタイルの指導などもお伝えしていくような、この全体的な心身の健康向上の取り組みを森で行っていく、それが森林セラピーになります。 で歴史が結構あってですね、1982年に、その林野庁のその当時の長官で、あられました秋山さんが森林浴っていうのを名前をつけてからですね、2004年に森林セラピー研究会っていうのが設立されまして、でそこでいろんな森の効果っていうのを研究が進んでいきました。で、2006年には基地とかロードっていうのが自治体によってですね、申請があったところをきちんとエビデンスを取得しながら認定していくというような仕組みを作っていって、2008年に森林セラピーソサエティの NPO が立ち上がったという流れになっています。で、翌年の2009年からは森林セラピーの資格ができてきていて、2020年現在ですけれども、全国にですね、その認定されている基地、ロードが65カ所、今、日本全国にあります。で、ロードの基準なんですけれども、森林セラピーのための、ゆっくり歩ける道がですね、設計されていることということと、場合によっては車椅子で入れるようなバリアフリーのロードもあったりします。で基地の方はそのロードが2本以上あって、さらに関連施設がですね一定水準で設置されている、例えば温泉施設があったり宿泊施設があったり、そういうようなことができていることとプラスアルファの健康増進のプログラムがきちんと提供できているというのを基地と呼んで認定しています。はい、そして、その審査ですけれども、申請が自治体や法人からですね、いただいた後に、最初は一次審査で書類審査をした後に、で、実験を現地で整理実験と調査をして、で、その結果を踏まえて、認定をするということで、だいたい1年間かけて、その申請があった場所を認定していく仕組みになっています。で基地の運営はどういうふうにされているかというと、大体は、自治体が運営していることが多いんですけれども、自治体の場合はその担当者が結構変わってしまうっていうことがあったりしますので、協議会という形にして自治体と地元の森林セラピーを支える方々と一緒に協業している形もあれば、あとは一つの企業がその森林セラピーとして、基地を運営している、そんなような仕組み、大体この3つのパターンになっています。で、窓口としてもその自治体だったり協議会だったりその企業だったりが窓口を開けていて、で集客広報やその地元の方の育成みたいなことも含めて運営しているという形になっています。で当然、ロードの整備もその基地それぞれがですね、行っています。で森林セラピーにはですね、森林セラピーガイドと森林セラピストという森をご案内する資格を持つ方々が今認定されていまして、で森林セラピーガイドの方は安全に森林セラピーをその森をご案内するという資格なんですけれども、森林セラピストの方はさらに生理学と心理学の知識を併せ持っていて、予防効果の高いご本人のニーズに合わせた森林の歩き方、活用の仕方っていうのをお伝えできるような資格になっています。でそれぞれがだいたい500名弱ぐらいの資格を持っている方が今所属しています。そしてそれ以外に、地元の基地で、身近なガイドさんという形で認定されている方もいますので、かなりの方が森で活躍されている今状況になっています。森林浴の効果はここで改めてお伝えすることもないのかなとは思うんですけれども、免疫機能を高めるとかですね、活気を上昇させてうつ状態を改善するとか、ストレスホルモンを減少させるとかで、リラックス効果はもちろんありますし、学習能力を高めることもできますし、血圧とか血糖値を下げてメタボリックシンドロームにも予防効果が高いというふうな研究結果が言われています。 で森林セラピーの流れなんですけれども、最初にですね、まずはインテーク面接といって、その方の今のご様子をですね、お伺いしていきます。で、それで森をどういうふうに活用していきたいのか、そういうようなですね、どういうふうに歩いたらいいのかも含めてですけれども、目標設定をさせていただいて、で、その方に合ったプログラムをですね、提供できるように組み立てをしていきます。で、森の中で様々な感覚を使えるようにしていって、交感神経とか副交感神経のバランスをね、整えるような森の活用の仕方をしていきます。で、森の中で、深いリラックスを体験してもらえるように、徐々に誘導していくんですけれども、その感じたことをそのガイドやセラピストと共有しながらですね、今の自分の状態を把握できるようにしていって、で、最後、終了面接で、日常生活でさらに何ができそうかというところまで、確認をしていく。こういう一連の森林セラピーの流れがあります。これは、後ほどお伝えする保険農園ホテル夫婦山梨で実際にやっている森林セラピーの様子なんですけれども、まずは集まって、今のご様子をお伺いしてから、感覚を使うような歩き方をしていきます。例えば真ん中の上の写真だと太陽を手で感じるとかですね。で、木をハグするとか、あとはいろんな草木の匂いを嗅いでみるとか、で、裸足になって芝生を歩いてみる。で、森の中で寝てみる。こんなような時間をですね、森の中で一緒に過ごしていきます。で、こうやって森でゆっくりする時間が取れるようになると、すごく働いてる方っていうのは、頭を一生懸命動かして、皆さんお仕事をしていることが多いんですけれども、体の感覚を麻痺させている、感じられない方が多かったりするんですね。特に日本の場合は過労の問題がとても大きくて、自分の疲れを把握できないっていうぐらい働きすぎてしまう方が多いんですけれども、その心の状態と体の状態をきちんとつなげられる、それが感覚を感じられるようにしていくとそれができるようになっていくんですけど、ここの心と体をきちんとつなげていくとかですね。あとは結構その職場の人間関係でいろんな辛い思いをされている方もいますので、温かい人との地域の方とのつながりによってほっとすることができたりとか、あとは本来の自分は何が望んでいることなのかっていうのが見えなくなっている方も多いですので、これは魂とのつながり、自分が本来望んでいることとのつながりっていうのもその森の中で過ごすことで感じられて見えてきたりしてきます。で、自然ともちろんつながることによって視野がすごい狭くなってたのが広くなっていく。そういう形でですね、森の中で日常の刺激をまず一旦遮断してゆっくり過ごすことでつながりを取り戻すような、そんなようなことを行っているんですね。で、日本の場合は先ほどの発表にもありましたけれども、かなりうつの方々が増えているっていう現状がありまして、これからのストレス対策として、よりセルフケアによる一時予防がとても大事になっているんですね。で、そのためにやはり何が必要になってくるかっていうと、先ほどお伝えしたような自分の疲れがわからない状態がありますので、まず自分の疲れに気がついて、それを効果的な疲労回復につなげていくっていうことが重要になってきます。ということで、リズムが崩れている方が結構いらっしゃるんですけれども、そういう崩れてしまった自分の体内時計だったりとか、生活リズムそのものをですね、一旦リセットする。そんなようなことをしていくということで、そのためには、きちんとした質のいい睡眠を取れるようにしていくということと、で、質のいい睡眠を取れるようにするためには、リラックスできないとできないので、自律神経のバランスをちゃんと整える。この3つがですね、効果的な疲労回復に重要であるというふうに考えています。で、もう一つ、それだけじゃなくて、自分に合ったストレス対策っていうことを考えられるような体験と学習を行っていく必要があるということで、自分の体と心の状態をちゃんと把握できるようにしていくとか、あとは自分に合ったセルフケアの方法を いろいろ体験しながら学んでいくとか。で、自分が持っている、いろんな資源がありますので、例えばその相談できる人が、この人だったら相談できるとかですね。そういう自分が持っている身近な資源をもう一回再確認する。で、本当の自分、本当だったらこういうものが好きだったのになっていうような、そういう自分らしさみたいなのを取り戻すっていうことによって、自分のストレス対策っていうことを改めてね、確認していくような、そんな時間が森の中でできるといいんじゃないかと考えています。で、その森林セラピーを中心にした、予防的なホテルをですね、運営を行っていました。もともと山梨県の山梨市に、その自治体が持っている、もう潰れてしまったホテルがありまして、で、そのホテルをですね、お借りして、改修をして、もう一回使い直すということをしながらですね、で、予防的なホテルとしてもう一回組み立て直して運営を始めていきました。なので、バックはですね、緑会ヘルスケアグループという精神科の大きな医療母体があるんですけれども、その母体があって、で、企業のメンタルヘルスをやっている会社もその中に含まれていまして、で、その会社が中心となって、このホテルを運営していく、そんなような運営の方法で、始めていきました。で、室内がですね、全部で14部屋っていう広大な敷地には14部屋しかないのが結構素晴らしい環境だったっていうのもあるんですけれども、マックスで人が入っても40人ぐらいしか入れないような、そういう森と畑の中に部屋が点在している、そんな木造のホテルになります。で、ゆっくり時間を過ごすことができるようなさまざまな部屋がですね、用意されていて、で、セミナーができるような大きなホールもありました。で、そのホテルのプログラムとして何を大事にしていったかというと、心身の健康向上と疾病の予防のための6つの視点を柱にしてですね、プログラムや、環境をね、整えていきました。最初の3つがですね、体の健康で、まず睡眠のリズムが整えられるように、テレビを置かないとかですね、起床の時間、消灯の時間を設定したりしていきました。で、食事の方は、野菜が中心の、ただ結構疲れてて、メンタルヘルス的にも、落ちているような方が多かったので、お肉もですね、ある程度食べていただかないと元気にならないので、野菜中心ですけれども、お肉も出すようなバランスのいい食事を提供してました。そして運動ですね。適度な運動で、体を動かすということによって、さらにね、うつ予防、メンタルヘルスの向上を図っていきました。で、もう3つはですね、心の健康をさらに高めるために、感覚の活用ですね、ができるような様々なプログラム。もちろん森林セラピーもそうですけれども、アートセラピーだったりとか、あとは、いろんなリラクゼーション、農業体験もそうですね、も含まれているような、そういう感覚を活用するプログラムと、あとはゆったりリラックスできるようなマッサージ系のプログラムと。で、そしてコミュニケーションですね。スタッフやプログラムの講師、それからお客さん同士でもコミュニケーションが取れるような温かいコミュニケーションの場作りということで、体の健康と心の健康が満たせるような、そんなようなホテルの形にしていきました。で、様々なプログラムを提供してたんですけれども、ヨガとか座禅とか、マッサージとかですね、もちろん心理セラピーも含めて提供してたんですけれども、これはほとんど地元の方で、そういうスキルのある方が結構周りにたくさんいらっしゃって、その方々に、プログラムを提供していただきながら、毎日朝と夕方にプログラムが提供できるような、そんな形にしていました。大体来ていただく方は2泊3日でお越しいただいて、丸1日、移動のない日を作ってゆっくり過ごしていただくようなプランで行っていきました。で、女性の方がやはり7割ぐらい人数としては多いんですけれども、 30代、40代、50代の働き盛りの方々がですね、休みに来られているような状況がありました。はい、ということで、今回そのコロナでですね、かなり 30% ぐらいの売り上げが減になってしまったので、残念ながら1月末で閉じるということにはなってしまったんですけれども、この行ってきたこのホテルの形がですね、かなり評価、いろんな形でされておりまして、何らかの形でこういうことがまた続けていけたらなと思っているところです。以上になります。ありがとうございました。
春日さん、ありがとうございました。Next speaker is Mr. コウスケ大野。Chief Secretariat of the Doshi Village Farm Stay Operation Association in Yamanashi Prefecture, Japan. 大野さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
では始めます。Thank you for participating in this valuable opportunity. I'm Kosuke Ono, who is the Secretariat of the Doshi Village Farm Stay Association. I'm also the representative of a company called Little Tree. Today, I would like to introduce the Opening the Mountains to the Citizens initiative being promoted by the Doshi Village Farm Stay Association and the InnoFest project. After graduating from university, I worked for a company in Tokyo as a woody biomass energy consultant for 8 years, then moved to Doshi Village and started Little Tree. We have commercialized biomass energy utilization, forestry, and foresting initiatives in order to achieve the SDGs with real action. In 2019, we have established the Doshi Village Farm Stay Association in cooperation with the people involved in the village. Doshi Village in Yamanashi Prefecture is a village blessed with abundant nature, located about 19 minutes by car from Tokyo. At the top of the photo is Mount Fuji. With a population of 1,700, it is also the village with the largest number of companies in Japan. With more than 40 locations, in addition, we have been supplying water resources as a water source for Yokohama City for 100 years. And of the 7,000 hectare of forest area, 3,000 hectare is owned and managed by Yokohama City. The remaining 4,000 hectares are privately owned forests, which have been planted extensively but have not been managed and used much since then. Therefore, in order to promote forest maintenance, we introduced the firewood boiler to the hot spring facility Doshi-no-yu, owned by village, in 2014, and supply heat using wood supplied from the village instead of fossil fuel. The InnoFest project collaborates with the Doshi Village Farm Stay Association to provide advice on guide training and the development on environmental educational tools. The association was established in 2019 by the Doshi Village Government Office, the Tourism Association, and the Little Tree for the purpose of promoting the tourism industry and the use of forest space. The association holds MTB ride tours and river walk tours and a project called Doshi Deer Trail, which provides tourists with a service that experience accommodations, eating and drinking in the village while enjoying outdoor sports. In the forest where MTB ride tours are conducted, Little Tree is going to singing and sports are used as an entrance that lead to learning about forestry and biomass. In this way, we are advancing initiatives that combine biomass energy, forestry, and green tourism. In addition, the association is promoting the activity of the membership-based community, Open Forest, which is collaborating with InnoFest on this initiative. The purpose of open forest is to increase the added value of service by binding and packaging it, the efforts that have been carried out in cooperation with related parties. In order to continue forest maintenance, we need not only subsidies, but also our own financial resources. Especially in small-scale forestry, it is difficult to secure profitability. The concept of open forest is create a place to play while maintaining the forest by providing opportunities for many people to be involved in the forest, and at the same time, creating a place where the skills of each person concerned and the participants can be demonstrated. At the same time, we want to make a chance to feel the world which has obtained a sense of wonder from nature ecosystem. To that end, we want to provide participants with a real experience of connecting with nature, creating an opportunity to see the world as a producer or a creator, not as a consumer. Please watch the video. Sorry.
Open Forest の活動。林業や森のアクティビティを行っているこの山で、山と山主さんに感謝を込めて沢の整備を行いました。台風19号で倒木が発生し、以前から気になっていたところ、倒木や流木があると次の豪雨で沢がせき止められて危ない。この沢は下流にある地区の生活用水になっているから大事な沢。山で遊ばせてもらっているから山の整備も自分たちでしたいと思った。山で遊ぶことが整備につながり、整備することで明るくなり、明るくなることで山が楽しくなる。林業とアクティビティが重なる場所、それがオープンフォレスト。
We start my presentation. Okay. Activities are carried out in private forest in the Yaso district. In this area, all the roads that are no longer in use have been regenerated as MTB trails, and the thinning has been carried out around the trails. The most important thing to open a mountain is consensus building with the owner. We strive to build a win-win relationship between us and the forest owner. Therefore, from phase 1 to phase 3, we are proceeding with consensus building with forest owners regarding priority activity areas. First of all, after promising that the forest will be maintained free of charge, we request that it be used as a play space. At that time, in order not to bother the forest owners and the local people, we will conclude a 5-year agreement on ground use rights on the premise that access to the mountains is exclusive for members. All activities are done at your own risk. Participants' insurance for accidents and injuries. Also, the environmental improvement effect will be measured. The usage cost to the forest owner will be offset if the forest is maintained by ourselves, and will be paid according to the profit if it is only used. It is diagram that summarizes the components of the open forest. It consists of 4 elements: small-scale forestry, play, learning, and community. For forest maintenance, we have a policy of implementing forestry close to nature and constant cover operation. After the end of the subsidy project 2 years later, and we would like to acquire broad-leaved young trees in the forest. In order to carry out this initiative, we will need our own financial resources. In addition, we would like to monitor the effects obtained by the operation, and we are considering the method. Through the maintenance, we will expand the area by gradually shining light on the forest and making it function as a playing ground. In addition, by conducting learning about forests and biomass energy, the significance and meaning of the activities will be firmly established. By carrying out these activities on a regular basis, our future goal is to respond not only to individual participants, but also to corporate training and ensure the sustainability of the business. Without open forest can have a positive impact on the local economy by maintaining forests, playing in the woods, playing with forest resources, and converting the resulting resources into materials and energy. I want to be like that. If it became the job, young people will have a chance to live in a small village. How to secure young people is a big challenge for small villages. At the same time, not only adults, but also children will have the opportunity to play in the forest to maintain the intergenerational balance of the community. We recognize that it is very important for children to see adults involved in the forest. In order to continue these efforts as a business, it is necessary to have a mechanism to collect a certain amount of funds from individuals and companies and provide them as a service. For example, by using subscription method. Without a forest environment that people can access, we cannot continue to play in the woods or play outdoor sports. Originally, playing in the forest and maintaining the forest should be the same act, in my opinion. The village has an environment where these actions can be performed at the same time by the same person. Forests and farmlands traditionally maintained by villagers no longer have a manager. However, forests and farmlands still have important value. If there is no person in the village, we will create a mechanism to get the participation from the outside and manage it together while having fun. Open forest is an attempt to transform from exclusive traditional commons to inclusive futuristic commons on the premise of rules. The following is an introduction to past efforts that form the basis of open forests. The beginning of everything was the introduction of a firewood boiler in Doshi Photo Spring. Since the introduction of the firewood boiler, 500 cubic meter per year of firewood has been supplied as fuel. The amount of fossil fuel used is 1/4, and the average amount of CO2 reduction is 60 tons per year. MTB ride tours can also be held in winters, so they also have the purpose of cultivating tourism demand that decreases in winter. We plan to connect to open forest activities in the future. The river walk, where you can experience the water source of Yokohama City with your body, is held only in the summer. But I would would like children to experience it and feel where the water comes from. Here are 10 members that make up the open forest. It is mainly composed of migrants, but we are working with villagers and the people outside the village. Human resources with various skills such as forestry, agriculture, woodworking, designers, programmers, etc. are gathered. The small forestry, which started in 2019, is currently sitting with the assistance of Yamanashi Prefecture. But we are working on non-open forest so that maintenance can be continued in the same place 2 years after the end of the assistance period is. While sitting, make an MTB trail on the Bright End Mountain, we are also working on creating banks that utilize thinned wood. In addition to MTB, we are also promoting activities to maintain the mountains by running on trail bikes in a limited area. In order to utilize the branches and the leaves that occur after thinning and thrown away in the forest, we are working with artist Ayako Suwa to capture the forest from the perspective of art and food. Starting from thinning experience, we also hold a green woodwork workshop where you can make crafts from raw wood from thinning. Watercress is a specialty of Doshi village. We are promoting the cooperation between forestry and agriculture by experiencing the harvesting of naturally cultivated watercress. So far, various projects have been born from the time of the bonfire that surrounds our friends. In order to share that time with more people, we hold it regularly as a meet-up event called Entenka. That is all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ono. Next speaker is Mr. Kan Hashimoto, a Forest Environmental Protection Ranger of Nagahama Forest and Mountain Village Resource Center, Shiga Prefecture, Japan. Mr. Hashimoto, please. 橋本さん、お願いします。
はい、どうも皆さん、こんばんは。長浜森林マッチングセンターの橋本寛と申します。今回このような機会を与えていただきありがとうございます。日本語で発表をしたいと思いますが、長浜森林マッチングセンターというのは、日本の滋賀県というところにある、長浜市にある、人と森をつなぐための活動をいろいろしている団体でして、2016年に発足したんですが、10月にですね、できまして、一応構成団体としましては、滋賀県と、あと長浜市と、地元の企業と、あと森林組合からなっております。で、一応目標っていうのがございまして、長浜市の森林資源を生かした仕事づくりを支援して都市部からの移住促進を目指すということで、もともとのこのキャッチコピーというのが、次世代の働く場と定住できる環境づくりというキャッチコピーでやっていたんですけども、なかなかこのハードルというのが非常に高いなと思いまして、活動をするにつれて、でもう少し手前のところをしっかりやっていかないといけないかなと思って、途中でキャッチコピー変わりまして、今は森と人との真ん中にということで、非常に緩いような感じのキャッチコピーになっております。で、実際にどういう活動をしているかと申しますと、一応3つの柱がありまして、1つは山を生かすための事業、そして山を守るための事業、そして最後に山に暮らすための事業ということで、それぞれハイキングであったりとか、ワークショップであったりとか、あと森林整備をする人のための、機材の貸し出しをしたりとか、あと地元の小中学生とか県外の 学校さんの、森林環境学習のサポートをしたりとか、あと先ほども話がありましたけど、小規模な林業ですね、自伐型林業と言われるものの、支援とか研修をしたりとか、いろいろやっているんですけども、いろんな事業があるんですが、これは生かすための事業ですよ、これは守るための事業ですよ、これは暮らすための事業ですよっていうふうな住み分けはしていなくてですね、結構それがちょっとごちゃっと混ざり合ってるような感じでして、私、活動をするにつれて、やってることは要はこういうことかなって思っております。コミュニティの創造とコモンの再生ということを最近思ってまして、どういうことかお話ししますと、いろんなハイキングとか、ツアーとかやっていますが、そういうイベントっていうのは、結局は手段とかきっかけであって、それ自体は大切なんですけども、実はそこが目的じゃないんじゃないかということで、そのイベントの下にある水面下のこの氷山の下の部分をいかに育むかっていうことを最近はすごく感じて活動をしております。で、どういうことかと申しますと、例えばの例ですけども、これは長浜市の余呉町というところにある、関山寺というお寺なんですけども、ここは、今から、90年ぐらい前まではご住職がおられたんですけども、今は誰も住んでいない、お寺なんですね。で、誰も住んでいなくなったんですけども、一応そこには立派な木が残されていて、大変豊かな森が広がっている。で、そこの、ハイキングを企画をしていたんですが、このハイキングを企画することによって、その森の魅力に非常に気づいた方がいまして、そこからきっかけで、関山寺の森友の会という会ができまして、今でも毎月この森を整えるっていうことをキーワードに活動しています。で、ここは今写真写しているのは、これはトレッキングの、ツアーの様子なんですけども、このツアーする前に、1週間ほど前に、ガイドの養成講習っていうのもしまして、つまり、ここで講習受けた人が1週間後のツアーのガイドをしていただくという感じにしております。ツアーの参加者っていうのだと、どうしてもお客さんというか、消費者になってしまうんですけども、そうではなくて、ガイドをあなたがするんですよということになると、その人の中にも森が非常に深く関わってきますので、単に行って終わりと、楽しんで終わりっていうだけじゃなしに、何かその関わりを深く持ってもらうようなきっかけとしてツアーがあるんじゃないかっていうようなことを思ってます。で、今言ったことをちょっと図にしますと、例えばイベントっていうのが一番上にあって、例えばその中でハイキングというのがあった場合、参加者として来るっていうのももちろんいいんですけども、そうではなくて、ガイド養成でガイドとして、関わってみたりとか、そうしますともう参加者ではなくて、その人はもうスタッフの一部となりますし、あるいは、その整備として関わるとか、あるいは先ほど言ったような関山寺の森友の会っていうことで、毎月、その森に行って何か活動するというようなことになりますと、参加者だったのがスタッフになって、さらにはコミュニティの住人になっていくと、森をきっかけとして。で、そういうそのコミュニティ作りっていうものに森っていうのはすごい力を発揮するんじゃないかなってことを思っております。で、この関山寺の森友の会の例を今日話しますけども、例えば、そこはもともとお寺、今もお寺なんですけども、誰も住んでないので、非常に手入れがされてないわけですよね。で、台風とかがありますと、石積みが崩れたりしてたんですけども、それを、その参加している人から、そういう石積みをまた直したいねというような意見が出まして、やったのが、森の整備というか、石積み体験をすると。単に森に行くだけじゃなくて、整備もしてしまおうと。で、あるいは、もともとお寺ですので、仏教に関することを、したいねという話になりまして、写経体験とか写仏体験っていうのをして、それをもって、お寺である森に参拝するというような活動もしています。つまり、その森そのものに何か別の要素を掛け合わせると。これを森の掛け算と呼んでますけども、そういうことでなんかすごい、普段森に関心がないというか接点がない人も別のものを掛け算することによって何かつながりが生まれるというようなことが起きております。で、 コミュニティの創造っていうことを言ったんですけども、もう一つコモンの再生っていうのも言っておりまして、例えばその一例として、先ほどの森ですと、やっぱ台風の被害で風倒木、台風で倒れた木がたくさんあるんですけども、そういうものを、手入れもしつつ、そういう木を使って新たな光を与えることによって、価値を創造するというようなことで、ここで示したのはグリーンウッドワークと言いまして、先ほどもお話ありましたけど、そういった、本来ならそのまま朽ちていくような木を使って、自分の生活用品であるスツールを、例えば作ってみるとかいうようなことを、やっております。で、先ほど何度も言いましたように、単に、ハイキングとかトレッキングでなんか参加するというだけではなくて、そこからさらに水面下のそのコミュニティの一員になる、あるいは、共有財産であるコモンっていうものを別の光を当てることによって再生するっていうのが、私たちがやっていることじゃないかなっていうことを最近再認識しております。で、これも繰り返しですが、あくまでもイベントっていうのは手段できっかけで氷山の一角でありまして、その水面下をいかに育むかっていうのが大事でして、この水面下が膨らめば膨らむほど、大変良い体験というか、コミュニティができますし、このコミュニティができてからは、もう長浜森林マッチングセンターを離れて、コミュニティの住人同士がまた新たなワークショップを始めたりとか、そういうようなことも起きております。で、最後なんですけど、最近の関心事としましては、そのケアという概念が非常に大事だなと思ってまして、その森を手入れするっていうことは、人自身が何か手入れされているような、その相互関係にあるんじゃないかなっていうことを思ってます。ですので、人と森にとってのケアっていうのは一体何なのかなっていうことを考えてますし、それって人と森をもう隔てない、内と外っていうものを分けないような思考っていうか、内と外、だから自分が守ってあげるんだっていうんじゃなくて、もうお互い行き来し合う森と、そういう関係かなっていうことを思っております。以上で発表終わります。ありがとうございます。
橋本さん、どうもありがとうございました。That concludes all the reports for session 2. We will now have a question and answer session for session 2. The moderator is Professor Takahashi. Professor Takahashi, please.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。ここからはちょっと日本語で失礼したいと思います。通訳の方よろしくお願いします。ですね、非常にたくさん質問があるんで、もう早速入っていきたいんですけれど、非常に大きな質問でもあるとは思うんですけれど、ダビデとグレゴリーにお願いしたいと思ってます。ダビデの方から三角形の絵が出ましたよね。一番上にお客さんからもらうペイメント。これでもう一つの、ところにですね、ボランティアとか寄付とか、でもう一つのところに政府ですよね。この3つの、お金が出すところがあるというふうなことだったんですけれど、日本人からすると、おそらく日本でいう環境支払い PES というのはですね、森林環境税とか思いつくんでですね、本当にボランティアなところから払ったり、それとかお客さんというか、受益者からもらったりするというのがヨーロッパでは結構あるんでしょうかというふうな、私がざくっとまとめるとそういう質問なんですけれど、そこら辺と、それと最後にちょっと大きな質問があったんですけれど、それぞれのバランスはどうあるべきかというふうな質問もいただいています。だから現状、そのバランスがどうなっているか、それと将来どうあるべきかということについて、もう答えになってしまうかもしれませんけれど、ダビデとグレゴリーにお願いしたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Thanks, Professor Takahashi, for the question. It's a very relevant and very difficult question because, as a matter of fact, it's involving the discussion we have about the role of the state in the economy and the role of the welfare state, with a special consideration about the fact that in Europe, as I see in Japan, large amount of forests are owned by public institutions. So public institutions have a direct role in managing forest. From my personal point of view, a principle for orienting any decision is the principle of subsidiarity. I don't know if you have familiarity with this principle in your policy making activity. In Europe, we make a distinction between horizontal and vertical subsidiarity. We are speaking about the vertical subsidiarity when we have to decide at which level of the public administration you should take a decision. European Union level, national level, regional, local. And the principle is stating that you should try to be closer to the citizens, to the consumers, as much as possible. The second principle about horizontal subsidiarity is a principle that is giving orientation on who should practically carry on some activities that are connected with the supply, the provision of public goods. And the answer is, in general, the private sector, profit and non-profit, should be given the priority. Let's leave to the public sector, to the state, only those activities that the private sector can do in a less efficient way. So the state when it's needed, the market every time it's possible. That is a summary question, summary answer to your difficult question. The state when is needed, the market when is possible.
ありがとうございます。日本語で言うと補完性の原則によってですね、非常に綺麗な答えをいただいたと思います。Gregory, please. Gregory?
Yes, I had one thought on the issue about beneficiary pays or polluter pays, and that's thinking about what the baseline of regulation is. And in the UK, for example, as was noted across in other countries in Europe, there's a distinction between those countries, and in the UK case, it's Scotland in particular, where recreational access is free to anyone across essentially all land, pretty much, whereas England and Wales, that's not the case. And therefore, in England and Wales, there's a need to provide incentives for private landowners to provide recreational access that doesn't exist in the same way in Scotland. So fundamentally, there's a question about what society accepts should be a benefit of all in society without being paid for, and what it is that it's legitimate to ask the public to pay for. And it's particularly complicated with the areas that are under public ownership, so the public forest estate, because often there's a presumption that in these areas, public access should be provided for free to the public because they own essentially the land through the government. And therefore, it's only a few things that are rather specific that there are charges for, such as car parking or horse riding, things like that in the UK. Yes, but fundamentally, there's a question about what it is that should be open to the public without charge, and what it is that it's legitimate for the beneficiary to pay for. And then I guess there's one other thing as well, and that's the issue around where does the polluter pays principle fit? So, for example, should you pay for landowners to do things such as reducing pollution that may affect cultural ecosystem services as well? And to what extent should you expect landowners to do particular things that fit with how they're regulated, and therefore you shouldn't be paying them for doing particular things. So the wider governance type questions that underpin payments for ecosystem services schemes, and often the underpinning regulation is really essential to the way that PES schemes work.
OK。ありがとうございます。他にも質問がありますので、ちょっと先の方に移りたいと思います。今ちょっとお話が出ましたけれど、Everyman's Rights、万人権というか、その森に入る権利が、ヨーロッパでは割と広く認められている、森に自由に入る権利が割とヨーロッパでは広く認められているというふうなことですけれど、これはアンドレアスにお聞きしたいんですが、これは、こういうふうなフォレストサービスインダストリーズにとってはですね、いいことなのか悪いことなのかということですね。だから、いいというのは、みんなが森に自由に入れると、そういった産業がですね、伸びていくという考え方もできると。だけど、一方、悪いと考えるとですね、自由に入れるのにお金を取るというのはですね、それは逆になってしまうと。その自由に入れるのにお金を取るというと、それはみんな嫌がるというふうなプラスマイナス考えられると思うんですが、これはどちらだと思いますか？質問、これでいいですかね？はい。アンドレアス。アンドレアスいないか。ちょっと今出られないみたいですね。そしたらですね、アンドレアス、いないので、
May I ask you to repeat the question in English?
English, yes. Everyone's rights, okay?
Yes.
Everyone's rights. Is it against or for forest services industries, forest ecosystem services industries? On one hand, it can be against because everybody has a free right to enter forest. Okay. On the other hand, it is promoting these kind of industries because everybody has some familiarity with forest ecosystem services. So how do you think about everyone's rights, the relationship between everyone's rights and forest service industries, forest ecosystem services?
That's a very key question. And we are discussing a lot because the common feeling is that there is no market for forest, for recreation, because it's every man's right. But with my examples, I wanted to show that there are some markets, and in the future, there will be more. So the idea is to combine, on one hand, we have the people who love the forest and go into the forest. And on the other hand, economically, we try to find out areas where you can promote such services.
So there are two different forces working together. So with regard to everyone's rights.
Yes, so it's one problem is that there are many organized activities where the forest owner and the forest enterprise is not involved. So this would be an element where politically we should try to combine the two, so that for the forest owner, it's also a positive effect.
Okay, positive effect in general. Okay, thank you very much. Because it's in Japan, it's a very different. So maybe we Japanese want to understand how it works. Okay, thank you very much. はい。それではその次、リーサさんの方にも、リーサさん、so please.
Thank you. Just a quick comment from Finland towards this everyman's right. So basically, everyman's right is not tailor-made for business. It's made for in a country which is sparsely populated, and people can use it without causing any harm. And now when we are creating businesses, so we have to have a permission from the forest owner, and then you can start negotiating about the compensation. But everyone's right, it's a challenge, but really, as you said, it has many advantages. People have their say in forest management and the objectives of forest management, but the agreement is that business is not included in everyone's right, and that's separate agreements.
Okay, thank you very much for providing us basic information. And another question for you is that you and Professor Shibata did some question and answer where maybe everybody did not have an opportunity to take a look at it. So could you please briefly explain about the setup of experiment? So about the payment, who paid for the landscape values, tourists or enterprises? So could you please briefly explain?
Yes, we wanted, we had studied both the willingness from tourists, individual visitors, that there are several hundred people visiting Kuusamo every year, and local entrepreneurs. We have more than 100 nature-based tourism entrepreneurs who is actually, the forest is their operational environment. So we wanted to see how much they are willing to do in practical situation to be engaged. They were tourists were quite willing to pay, and entrepreneurs were more reluctant, afraid, or how expensive it will be to them, and what does it mean in practice, and so on. So what we managed to do now, that we open up 3 months period of giving donations to old forests in hotspots, in key landscape areas with high biodiversity values in Kuusamo, to first time try this kind of operation. And we marketed it together with a big, important actor in the area, Ruka Kuusamo Tourist Association. So we had a social media campaign and marketing on site, and we got feedback how this was understood and in experience and so on. So this was the very short time, and we got valuable information how it could work.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, I would like to ask a question to, actually, this is a question from Lisa. 藤岡さん、春日さん、森林空間サービス産業とかですね、それとかフォレストセラピーですね、それの統計とかいうのは、どの程度あるんでしょうか。その質問がリーサさんの方からいただいてます。簡単にすみませんけど、お願いします。
そのサービス産業に関する統計っていうのは、その政府としての統計は今のところないっていうのが現状ですね。その 森林セラピーとかクアウルトとかっていう、なんていうんですか、その協会とか団体がこう設立されてるんですけど、そういう団体の、なんていうんですかね、その会員数だったりとか、あとそのガイドの人の認定数だとか、そういったものはあるんですけれども、全国こうしなべてっていうようなところで、国としての統計は今のところ残念ながらないっていうのが現状でございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは春日さんいかがですか。これ、森林セラピーについて、です。統計とか、どの程度の人が働いているのかとか、そういうふうなことはいかがでしょうか。
はい、先ほどスライドの中でもお見せしてたんですけれども、働いている、資格を持っている森林セラピーガイドの方が442名で、森林セラピストが438名、今現在います。で、それ以外に、65カ所の基地、独自に育成しているガイドさんたちがいるんですね。で、そちらの方が数は多いですので、多分、それ全部、こちらのソサイティの NPO では会員として登録してないので、数を把握できてないんです。はい。多分ごめんなさい、1500ぐらいの、大体そんな会員数、森林セラピーに携わっている方々がそれぐらいはいらっしゃるんじゃないかと思います。はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。端的にお答えいただきました。Lisa, is it fine with you? Okay. And そしたらですね、大野さんと、それと橋本さんですけれど、ヨーロッパのとか、話とか聞かれて、何か感想とか、ここがよくわからなかったなというふうなことでも、もうちょっと時間がないんで、こういうふうな感じになってしまうんですけれど、なんか感想的なものがあったらですね、大野さん、橋本さんの順番ですいませんけど、お願いします。
日本語でいきます。
はい、どうぞ。
やっぱりレクリエーショナルの仕組みっていうのが、でもやっぱりうまくできているなっていうのが全体的には非常に、大きい、強い印象としてありました。ただ、フィンランドのリサさんも言ってたように、国によってはですね、特にそのプライベートフォレストの場合のその山林所有者さんとどういったインセンティブのやり取りをするかっていうのがやっぱり課題なんだなということが、自分も今道志村で山主さんとのインセンティブって一体何なのか、それを僕たちは林業をやるっていうことを提示しているわけなんですけれども、その後に山に入った後にどのようにそこのファイナンス、それが事業として継続、ビジネスとして継続できるようにするのかっていうのがこれからの課題になります。
はい、ありがとうございます。橋本さん、お願いします。
はい、私ちょっと忙しくてなかなか見れてなかったんで、録画を後で見させていただいて、はい、すいません、申し訳ないです。
はい、どうもありがとうございます。お忙しいところ。はい、ということで、非常に、残念なんですけれどですね、お時間が来ましたので、これで質疑応答のセッションは終わらせていただきたいと思います。皆様どうもご協力ありがとうございました。Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you very much, Professor Takahashi and all the speakers. The end time of this symposium is approaching. Professor Shibata and Professor Winkel will give concluding remarks. Professor Shibata and Professor Winkel, please.
Thank you, Professor Tsuge. Thank you very much for many rich and inspiring talks and latest updates on cultural fest, service market, and industry, PS, public access, therapy, sports, etc. I think we could conduct valuable Europe and Japan exchange today. We have already spent 6 hours, but still not enough. Hopefully we have a similar exchange again as a physical event next time. On behalf of InnoFest project and hosting institutions in Japan, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Sophia University for funding today's event, and all the hard work of invited speakers, also to all attendees until the last moment, and those who kindly helped to organize the event, including my fellow researchers, Professor Takahashi and Professor Tsuge. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
So I think Georg Winkel was not possible to stay longer today, and apologies for that, but I promise to thank for the organizers, first of all, the Sophia University and Professor Shibata for taking an initiative to organize this, and also European Forest Institute and Georg Winkel for taking this opportunity to combine Japanese experts and European experts to discuss this important topic. And thank you also for the smooth running of the whole day. It's been working very well, and the presentations have been opening a very important and interesting views to this topic, different parts of Europe and Japan. My own impression is that this cultural ecosystem services remains to be a challenge, but we are making progress. We have different cultural and economic situations in different countries, and also the businesses, the examples of businesses are more. There's more opportunities and more happening on the grassroots level, but also this health and well-being topic seems to be also something that raises the value of these cultural ecosystem services in different countries, and also pandemic has also boosted this interest, and I hope it somehow remains and boosts the development of this whole sector and shows how important it is for societies. But thank you for everyone, all the presenters, keynote speakers, and organizers also from our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shibata, Professor Tivinen. The symposium will conclude with a closing address by Professor Yoshinari Tanaka, Dean of the Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies at Sophia University. Professor Tanaka, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Okay. It's my great honor to present the concluding short address for this a very wonderful symposium about the cultural forest ecosystem services. Not mention it, ecosystem services are very important, and of course the forests are the most important environmental media for terrestrial ecosystems. And however, unfortunately, we know that the cultural services is one of the most important ecosystem services, but in comparison to the two, provisioning and regulatory services, the cultural services might have been well understood and might have been underestimated, partly because it's difficult to quantify it or economically evaluate the function of the cultural services. But through today's wonderful symposium, I expect all participants learned a lot about the importance of the cultural aspects of forest ecosystem services, and the actual procedure, the concrete procedure to facilitate the maintenance and maintenance and the facilitation of the forest ecosystem services. Finally, I greatly appreciate the two organizers, George Winkel, the European Forest Institute, and Professor Shibata Shingo, the graduate environmental studies of Sophia University. So thank you very much for everyone. So it's my concluding address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tanaka. Thank you very much for your participation until late. Thank you for your long hours. This concludes this symposium. We will be conducting a questionnaire for the participant and we would appreciate your cooperation. Please click on the URL of the chat and fill out the questionnaire. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。